Good morning. Good morning, members and guests. I'd like to call the Finance, Ways and Means Committee to order for February 13th, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representatives Barrett, Boyd, Campbell, Camper, Cochran, Crawford, Faison, Freeman, Gant, Garrett, Hawk, Hicks, Kiesling, Lambert, Love, Lynn, McKenzie, Miller, Moon, Parkinson, Shaw, Sparks, Whitson, Williams, Zachary, Vice Chairman Baum, Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any personal orders or announcements? Seeing none, if we could get our members to complete their extraneous business and focus on the work at hand, then we will invite the comptroller to come forward with his team. Good morning, Mr. Comptroller. Thank you for being here with us bright and early on a Monday.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members. Always glad to be back in the House Finance Committee, where I was once a member myself. Back in those days, we did not run things so efficiently and start hearings on a Monday morning to get them going. So glad to be here. Glad to be here with Jennifer Pfeiffer, Chief of Staff, with Rachel Caboting, Director of Management Services, and Drew Hawkins, Fiscal Director. And of course, I'm glad to have my predecessor, my beloved predecessor, the great Justin P. Wilson, with us. We appreciate being able to be here to present the budget for the Office of the Comptroller of the Treasury. I hope that all of you know or have heard me say that the mission of the Comptroller's Office is to make government work better. Now, in what we're going to talk about today, I do want to express gratitude to the governor's office and for his administration for the budget as proposed and for including some funds in that budget to address our salary issues. I continue to have a concern in that area that I'll be glad to talk about, and we can share some more information with you about that and about the tax relief program. But Madam Chair, before I get too deep into it, I wanted to see if you had any particular questions as I got ready to begin.
No, Mr. Comptroller, I think what we'll do is let you go through your presentation and then we'll hold our questions to the end. I think that's the more efficient way to get this done.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair and members, let me say...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Comptroller. Our caucus chairman, Mr. Faison, would like to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to point out that the Comptroller has failed to mention who else is in the room with him, the beloved right here behind him. I just wanted to make sure that we knew that he was
He
here.
mentioned that, Jeremy. You just weren't paying attention.
Actually, I did mention him, but it's always good to mention him twice. But
we can mention him multiple times, but it was done just for the record. Comptroller, please.
Madam Chair, that reminds me of something that happened to me at home this past weekend. I was in the kitchen at the house there, and my wife looked at me and said, "You haven't been listening to a thing I said, have you?" And I thought that was an awfully strange way to begin a conversation.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And under the, I guess, topic of personal orders, Kevin Johnson has joined us this morning, the Speaker's Chief of Staff and our beloved Chief of Staff, and it is his birthday today. So give him a round of applause. Happy birthday, Kev.
Mr. Comptroller, I apologize. We have told you to begin multiple times.
That's the advantage of starting at on a Monday morning.
We really mean it this time. Please begin with your presentation.
Madam Chair, well-laid plans. If you have a well-laid plan, it's always good to be able to change that plan if needed, and that's what we have done in this case. Before last Monday, my well-laid plan was to show up in this committee and ask you for nothing. As a matter of fact, if you look back at the budget plan we submitted, it included no improvements for the comptroller's office in particular. There are some requests related to national conventions that are coming to Nashville, but nothing for the comptroller's office in particular. But Madam Chairman and members, you may know, or you may remember that the state, the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judicial branch offices have been going through a salary study, and the comptrollers and the comptroller's office. The comptroller's office has recently completed a salary study as conducted by EY. Now, what that salary study showed us is something that we already knew, and that is that our salaries in the legislative branch, in the comptroller's office, are well below the market. But what's more, we also learned that in the comptroller's office that our salaries are below the executive branch. Now, members, you may remember, you on this committee in particular may remember that you funded phase one of an executive branch salary study last year. And that has in particular put us in our branch, the legislative branch, and in the comptroller's office behind the 8 ball for the past few months in particular. Now, that is why I am grateful that in the governor's budget as proposed, there was a $6.7 million increase to fund some of the recommendations of our salary study. However, let me say, while I am grateful, and that money is a good step in the right direction, it does not make us competitive. I think, Madam Chair and members, this is an oversight, and I met with Commissioner Bryson and his team last week to talk about this, and I believe that there is a miscalculation in what was provided in the budget, because the amount provided in the governor's budget is actually lower than the lowest recommended improvement in the salary study. And I do not believe that's what was intended. And in fact, when I met with the commissioner, he was unaware that the number provided in the budget was actually lower than the lowest estimate in the salary study. Now, in order to become on par with executive branch employees, and in order to bring our legislative branch comptroller's office up to the level recommended, it would require an additional $3.2 million in that salary allotment, which is what we had originally expected to see in the budget as proposed. That number is in keeping with our salary study as provided by EY. Now, Madam Chair and members, let me say that we are at a critical time in the comptroller's office. We are finding particular challenge in finding and hiring and retaining financial professionals. You know, we hire auditors straight out of college. That is our main feeder for hiring auditors. And today we find that private firms at a minimum are offering more than $20,000 more per year than we are able to offer. You couple that with the fact that most of our auditors are here in Nashville. The cost of living here in the city, many of you may have seen in the news last week that Nashville was ranked 7th highest in the nation for rent cost. And, you know, for a 22-year-old coming out of college as a new auditor wanting to rent their first apartment, if they're offered a higher salary in private employment, that can be something very difficult to turn down. In addition to that, if you look back at 2021, we hired 50 people to keep up with the natural turnover we have in our office. In the year 2022, we had to hire 100 people to keep up with the natural turnover in our office because while employees are very happy working in our office, as you can see evidenced from data where we have been named by our employees a top workplace in Middle Tennessee for the last 7 years, we have had almost 20% turnover in our audit staff. Again, when we do exit interviews with them, they express a strong love for working in the comptroller's office, but they just can't turn down the extra funds they're being offered in the private market. In the comptroller's office, we have 617 positions. We need all 617 of those people working every day. As a matter of fact, with the people we had working, those people accumulated 6,350 hours of comp time, overtime, you might say, with the work they did last year. So you can see that we need all 617 people working every day to do the good work that you want. We know that it is vitally important that we continue to provide you with high quality audits, investigations, assistance, and information you need about your local governments and your communities. So that is why I am here today. That is why I changed the plan from asking you for nothing to asking you to help us achieve the minimum level we need as evidenced by our salary study, the level that we expected to see in the budget as presented, but I think mistakenly was not included, so that we can make our salaries in line with the market and with the executive branch. In the last week, we have lost 4 employees to the executive branch. And I don't think that was ever intended. I think that's just kind of what happened in this moment. And so we definitely need your help to rectify that by setting us up at the minimum of this salary study with that additional $3.2 million of salary funds. Briefly, let me mention another area that I think you're going to want to know about. The tax relief program, which is important to you. I have mentioned this. I mention this every year, but want to mention it again. For the second year in a row, Madam Chair, the tax relief program is exceeding the amount appropriated and dipping into the reserve. If we stay on course with no changes to the program, and I know there's legislation out there that would expand benefits, if we just stay on course with the program as it is today and we project the natural growth, we anticipate being short of funds by is it FY25? FY26. FY26. We're crafting FY24 right now. So I do want to give you that cautionary note about the tax relief program. Now, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Comptroller. And I know we've had several budget hearings. We're just really beginning, but everybody, every organization that we've heard from, whether it's the executive branch or not, the salary adjustment issue is real for state government across the board, because as you have alluded to, the private sector is willing and able to pay more. But then when we have inequities within and we've heard about some similar things between our AG office and some other legal offices, when we are basically cannibalizing each other, that really is not helpful to anyone. So the dollars that you have requested, the additional dollars that you're working with Commissioner Bryson on, and hopefully will be in the budget amendment, will those dollars include monies to take care of the compression issue? I know you're going to have to bring in new people. You have a number of jobs to fill, so you're going to bring them at a higher level. Well, is this money enough to give the people that are already there working hard every day appropriate raises to keep them on board?
That is a great question, and if we did not do that, this would not be worth doing. So yes, it will. And it's my understanding that it has been that way at the executive branch with the phase they have already received. You know, the executive branch also has another phase of the salary study in this budget before you too. So yes, this is if we have the additional allotment that I think was inadvertently left out, I think it will be enough to address our office in the whole. Rachel, would you like to expand on that at all?
Good morning, Rachel Caboting, Director of Management Services. Comptroller, excuse me, is correct. That will address the compression. Also, the executive branch brought people up to the beginning phase of market, and then in this new budget that you're looking at for the executive branch, they're addressing compression with that. We're doing all of ours in one phase instead of two, so we're bringing everybody up to market competitive and addressing the compression along with that.
And the funds that you're requesting will enable you to do both those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but only if we were able to receive the additional funds we requested. If we did not receive the additional funds, we wouldn't even be able to bring people up to the minimum.
All right, and one other question before I get to, there are a number of questioners on the list, but you mentioned something that should be very concerning to any of us who sit on finance and all of us who sit in the legislature, and that is the tax relief initiatives and their, I guess, going forward, the negative impact that they would have on general funds. So can you speak to particular areas, and is it across the board, or is there one particular area or two or three that have the most negative impact? Can you just help us understand that?
Thank you. And I have a chart here and Ken Morrell, why don't you come on down? I have a chart here as prepared by Ken Morrell, and I'm bringing Ken because he's really the master of the tax relief program. But, you know, Madam Chair and members, the tax relief program is designed to provide property tax relief for two classes of folks. That is low-income elderly and disabled, and then disabled veterans and their surviving spouses. I know you might not be able to see it from where you are, but the benefits paid to the disabled veterans and surviving spouses is well above the amount paid to the low income elderly and disabled. And in fact, the low income elderly and disabled has declined just a little bit. I would tell you honestly that the people on this program who probably need the benefit more are the low income elderly and disabled. But the number and dollar amount of the tax relief provided to the disabled veterans and the surviving spouses who do not have an income limit on their benefit, it continues on the upward trend.
And Mr. Comptroller, just to refresh my memory, I believe that this program, when it was initially instituted, was for the low income and elderly, and then we added veterans to it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because I think some of our veterans have a misunderstanding that it's the other way around, that it was initially a veterans program, but this program was initially intended to help and some of those could be veterans, obviously, but low income and elderly members. So again, I thank you for raising that red flag, and it's something that I think we need to continue to think about and talk about as we move forward with this budget. I'm going to get on with the questions because we're running out of time. Chairman Whitson, you're first on my list.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning, folks. This has to do with weighted case local load studies, okay? The Comptroller's Office is required to conduct a weighted caseload study annually. However, while a judicial caseload study has been produced regularly up until recently, a study of the district attorneys and public defenders has not been conducted since FY 2006. There's $265,000 remaining of a non-recurring $400,000 appropriated in FY14 for the comptroller to conduct weighted case studies. How has the comptroller's office been able to consistently produce a weighted caseload study regarding judicial resources, and has it accomplished utilizing existing staff and resources of the comptroller?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. We definitely do spend time on the weighted caseload issue every year. The years since the pandemic have been increasingly difficult. I'm going to ask Russell Moore, who's our director of the Office of Research and Education Accountability, who performs the weighted caseload work, to speak to this.
Yes, and if you could keep it brief because we are on a time schedule, please.
Russell Moore, Director of OREA in the Comptroller's Office. We have produced judicial weighted caseload studies up until a few years ago, and Comptroller mentioned the pandemic's effect on that. As for district attorneys and public defenders, you are correct, we have not produced weighted caseloads for those two groups for many years. What we have done is each year we put out a memo that has explained why that has not taken place. And ultimately it comes down to data issues in the general sessions courts, as well as the administrative office of the courts movement to create a general sessions data repository, basically to improve the data so that we could then carry out the weighted caseload study for those two groups. I would also add that the weights used for those two groups have not been updated in a considerable amount of time. So that is something else to consider relative to weighted caseload studies for those two groups as well as for judges.
I understand in the FY 23-24 budget, 75 million non-recurring for development of a statewide e-filing system for the courts. Can you comment on that? And is that what's needed to produce these studies?
I'm not familiar with that, sir. That would be a good question for the AOC.
Okay, and we will follow up with you on that. Madam Chairman?
I'm sorry, Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Chair Lady and Mr. Comptroller and beloved Comptroller and staff. It's good to see you all this early Monday morning. Just I guess my question is dealing more with the newly established Utility District Revitalization Fund, if I can spit that out on Monday. Can you talk about how much has been utilized? I think $2 million was appropriated last year. How much of that has been expended this year? And what is the status of a lot of these utilities? And that kind of all goes together. So I'm just curious of.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish we had more time because we could talk all day about utilities. You know, I often say that if you ask me as comptroller to get up in the morning and look out across the landscape of Tennessee and identify where the greatest financial peril lies, it lies underground in our utility infrastructure. Utility infrastructure is extraordinarily expensive, but it is, as we know, extraordinarily important. It is important for life. It is important for economic development. It is important for growth of communities. In the Comptroller's office, we have oversight of water and wastewater and gas utility districts. And Ross Colonna heads that effort up for us here in the office. I'm going to turn it over to him in just a minute. But let me say that while I have mixed feelings about the whole American Rescue Plan and what that insurgence of those billions of dollars has done to the American economy, one positive thing is that Tennessee counties, cities, and utilities have been able to utilize some of that money to shore up their aging infrastructure. We have been at the front edge of encouraging them to do that. As you know, the state of Tennessee, with the ARP dollars we received as a state, we've dedicated more than a third of those dollars to assisting local utilities with their infrastructure upgrades. Last year, you did appropriate some non-recurring dollars to the Utility Revitalization Fund, and I'm going to ask Ross Colonna to talk about where we are with that and give a teaser for a great bill carried by Representative Boyd this year that continues to refine and improve our utility oversight mechanism. And you'll hear more about that soon. But Ross, why don't you quickly talk about utilities?
Good morning. My name is Ross Colonna. I'm the Assistant Director in Local Government Finance with the Comptroller's Office. So yes, with the Utility District Revitalization Fund, there was $2 million that was allocated last year, non-recurring. Out of that $2 million, none of it has been spent so far. That money is to be used in the cases of board-ordered by the Utility Management Review Board mergers between utility districts. The process to make those mergers occur is quite drawn out, and so we just haven't been able to get through any of those in order to use the funds. However, as the Comptroller did mention, we have a utility bill this year that will expand the Utility District Revitalization Fund to make it the Utility Revitalization Fund, in which the funds available wouldn't only be used for board-ordered mergers between utility districts, but it would be open to use with other kinds of utilities as well, such as cities, towns, counties, and authorities. And it will also open up a little bit to be able to use those for other types of operating expenses, not just those in relation to mergers, but things that can help struggling utilities stay afloat should money be allocated to that fund.
So right now, are there utilities that are in the process of merging or consolidating?
Right now, there is one case in front of us that I think will be a candidate to use money from the Utility District Revitalization Fund that are in the process of a merger. But there are other ones that aren't in the process of a board-ordered merger that are looking into mergers as well.
Okay, you answered my second question. All right, thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Comptroller.
Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Sorry, Chair Lady, I was reading about roads. Thank you, Comptroller, for coming here. In FY 23-24, your budget included $254,000 for the funding of the Office of State Assessment of Properties. The Office of State Assessed Properties is responsible for that annual appraisal. Can you tell us, as it relates to TPUC and transportation, can you provide any details on how this money was spent or what the process is regarding it?
Thank you very much. The Office of State Assessed Properties is a function in the Comptroller's Office by which our staff gets out across the landscape of Tennessee and assesses property, hard to assess property, trucks, like tractor and trailers, trains, other types of hard to assess properties. The work they do, the only thing it does is generate revenue for counties across Tennessee, counties and cities. We are kind of the 96th assessor. So we're assessing these hard to assess properties. We're reporting back to counties across the state where that money can be collected at the local level. There's a very unusual funding scheme for the structure of the Office of State Assessed Properties. We have Pat Dodson, who's Assistant Director here today, and Drew Hawkins, our Fiscal Director. Which one of y'all want to answer that question? Drew?
Yes, thank you. Yes, this was a request by FNA Administrative Change, how the office is funded. Currently, it's funded 3 ways, through Tennessee Public Utilities Commission at 44%, Tennessee Department of Transportation at 33%, and revenue at 23%. And they have proposed to reduce public utility commissions from 44% to 24% and fund the remaining with general fund dollars. And that's the change in the funding of that program.
Pat, anything you'd like to add? No.
No, sir.
Well, the purpose of these dollars was to generate additional revenue for the locals. I guess the question is, have you been able to find, or what's the report back on, have we been able to find any additional revenues through figuring out through this process? Not yet.
Well, I would say that request was not a request made by the Comptroller's Office, and it wasn't additional funding. It was just a reallocation of funding that was already there. So I would tell you that every year we discover new properties that should be assessed, and we assess them. So, but that was not additional funding coming to the office. It was just a reallocation, and it was requested by FNA, not the comptroller's office.
Thank you. One more question.
All right, and I am going to ask, we're way over time, so just please be as quick as possible. We do have a number of questioners on the list.
I'll just follow up with its office after.
All right, Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And just for the record, on the veterans tax relief, the veteran has to be 100% total and permanently disabled, and it only comes up to market value of the home of $175,000, which they have to be the permanent resident of that home. I believe I'm correct on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe
Thank you.
I believe you're correct too, but there is that veteran could have an income of $200,000, or there is no cap on that. So again, looking at that trend line, that is something that I think we may be able to discuss. But Chairman, you and I may have to do that offline. Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to ask, do we have that chart on the tax
I
relief?
can send it to you, or we have it. I have enough to give you on paper today. Ken, do you want to hand those there to the sergeant at arms?
If you would just send that electronically, then we'll get
We
it
can
out
do
to
that.
everybody. You can go ahead and hand those out today, but there are some members not here, and we'll get it to everyone. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and Comptroller, appreciate you and your staff and just all the work the last few years, whether it be distressed county governments or this, the utility work that you've done and the terrific bill that's coming later that
It's a
will
good
merge
one.
the UMRB and the WWFD. But what I wanted to ask you about, and you alluded to this a moment ago when you were talking about the salary disparity, but who is this going to help the most? Are you finding that it is the new hires? Is it your tenured staff, or is it your attorneys? If you get this money and bring everybody up to where they need to be, who's going to see the greatest bump?
All of the above is the answer to your question. The salary study, the purpose for the salary study is to address new hires and tenured staff, as the chair lady referenced in regard to the compression issue. So what the salary study revealed for the executive branch, the judicial branch, the legislative branch that participated is that all of our salaries were below market, particularly in this very hot Middle Tennessee market. And so it is so vital that we get brought up to at least that minimum level as indicated by the study, which is why I'm here today asking for this help, because again, I think inadvertently the money in the budget was lower than the lowest level needed as indicated by the study. But it will help. All boats will rise as a result of this important. And I think you have seen in the executive branch with the first phase you supplied for them last year and the second phase in the pipeline for this year, you've seen that happen there. And so everyone will benefit.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Well, Comptroller, thank you for your patience. We do have a couple of other questions that we'll get in touch with you directly on that and share the answers, the questions and the answers with the committee as a whole. But we appreciate you being here. We especially appreciate the presence of our beloved Comptroller Emeritus,
Yes.
Who got up early to come out and join you and us.
That's right.
So thank you for your attendance, and we're going to ask the Secretary of State if he
Thank
would
you
be
all very
moving
much.
forward. Well, Mr. Secretary, welcome. We have a beloved comptroller and a treasurer. I'm not sure, maybe we have a stately state of Secretary of State, but we are running a little bit behind, so we're just going to ask you to jump right in, give us your presentation, and then we'll go through our questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. How about it? All right. Thank you. You'd think years of practice, I'd know. On my far left, there's our new state librarian archivist, Jamie Ritter, making his maiden voyage with us in the Finance Committee today. We're distributing some folders. We've done this in the past and thought it'd be nice to do it again. We've had a lot of turnover in finance for the last few years. Just a little taste of some of the great work they do at the State Library and Archives, where they've got something that's individualized for each of you to take a look at it at your leisure, or if you want to get distracted while I'm trying to present, that's up to you. All right, we have no stranger to this group is Mark Goins, who's our state coordinator of elections, and because of your good work and his good work, where we have been ranked as #1 election integrity in our great nation. So Mark, thank you. And I know Mark will have something to add on later on. We talk about the $15 million that you appropriated last session to upgrade machines in all of our counties to voter verified paper audit trail machinery. So thank you for that. And he'll talk more about that later on if you so wish. And to my immediate right is our Chief Operating Officer, Rose Case, who was recently promoted from Director of Fiscal Administrative Services, a great veteran of state government. We're fortunate to have her here. So just briefly, I know you have a sheet that looks like this. If we were sitting here back in 2009, the full-time positions on that sheet, the total positions would have been 445 full-time and 10 part-time positions. So gone from 455 positions to 365. And as many times I've been here, I don't think anybody's ever said, gosh, Trey, you need 90 more positions to go run your department. So we try to do more with less each and every day. But that is hard. And I'm going to echo something the comptroller said earlier. You know, we made a similar request because of our salary survey data. And, you know, we got $3.5 million in this budget for your review. We had asked for just salaries alone without benefits. We'd asked for $7 million, but the minimum number we'd asked for is $4.6 million. That money is necessary not just to compete with the outside, it's necessary to compete with the executive branch. And so right now, I have administrative law judges who are making an amount that's right at the same as entry-level attorneys coming into state government. That's something that this $3.5 million is going to help solve part of that problem, but also the additional 1.1 will help solve some compression issues that come from all this. We've got a group of business services officers inside our department or division of business services who are working in such a way and for monies that frankly they're out working second jobs and really would like to be able to get them up to more of a living salary if we can possibly do that. So it's going to be necessary. Just a few things I'll mention too that we are going to have before you this legislative session that would impact this committee. For the third consecutive year, we're coming back to you through a bill that Representative Holtzclaw is sponsoring for us that will reduce the fees that we charge to nonprofit organizations that are under our purview down to $10 for the next fiscal year. We've been able to do that because we've run a surplus for quite some time in the Division of Charitable Solicitations and Gaming. That's going to, and you may remember you helped us merge that with our Division of Business Services a couple of years back. And that's going to save the nonprofit arena about $2 million statewide over the coming year. So we'd appreciate your consideration for that. We also have a bill that will move the regulation of fantasy sports from our department to the Sports Wagering Advisory Council. We're prepared to lose the positions and the funding that go along with that. That position, frankly, the person we have that is doing that inside our department has done a great job, but it's time for that to move over to a place where it's more neatly housed in the Sports Wagering Advisory Council. And last but certainly not least, something we're going to be talking a lot more about in the coming weeks and months is similar to the state of Iowa and the state of Texas. We would like to start a program called Businesses Against Human Trafficking, which we believe that there's a logical connection with our Safe at Home program. We are going to need one position for that, but we believe we have the necessary funding inside our department to be able to absorb that among the vacancies that we have and be able to start something where we work with businesses around the state to help them be able to recognize signs of human trafficking and also what to do whenever they see those signs. So those are just a few things we've got for you. I will certainly yield the remainder of my time for questions from the committee, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank you and your staff. I think we can be proud of elections in Tennessee. They're fair, they're well managed, and your department and your organization obviously has oversight of that. And I appreciate the work that has been done. While I can't speak to elections around the country, I do feel good about my elections in this state, the things that we do have oversight over. So just again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I personally appreciate the number of people that I've directed to you, who've had questions, constituents and others who had questions and concerns, and you and your staff have taken the time to answer those questions in depth, sometimes many times over. So again, we appreciate that very much. I do. First on my list with questions regarding your presentation is Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to echo your comments, Secretary Hargett. We're all very proud of our #1 ranking for election integrity. Getting back to the $15 million that you referenced in funding to help purchase voting machines, can you give us an update on that, on how much has been spent and how many of the counties needing this assistance have received some
Great
of it?
question, Chairman Baum, and I know Mr. Goins was prepared to answer that question today. And I do want to correct something. We took that $15 million that you gave us and matched it with $12 million to Help America Vote Act funds. We think approximately $12 million. It could be a little bit more than that. But Mark, would you mind?
Mark Goins, Coordinator of Elections. So when the legislation passed, there were 61 counties that did not have voting equipment that had a voter verified paper audit trail. Since that time, 30 counties have purchased equipment, and that's where we are currently. Have the 61. 30 have already purchased that equipment for an expenditure of over $15 million. So the money has already been spent. The state funds, because there is a deadline on that, and those funds have already been spent. The situation we're currently in is making sure we can get the product here. So we can get it done. And there are some supply chain issues we're dealing with. There's 22 counties that have issued an RFP or ready to issue an RFP. And then there's 9 counties that's currently working through their finance office, or they are having the vendors come into the election commission to view the various equipment. So as we sit here today, 52 counties, a fairly good shape as far as getting the equipment purchased. The other 9 counties we're working diligently with them on. $6,648,000. That equipment is already delivered, and then of the ones that we're waiting on delivery would be $9 million. Once you get beyond the $15 million, as Secretary Hargett said, we've got some federal funds that go along with that. So the counties have done an excellent job. And looks like we're on track to meet the deadline, no problems.
One or two follow-ups on that.
Certainly,
please.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you for that update. As I understand it, a citizen would go in to vote, then they would check their vote on the paper documentation that would be provided by these new voting machines. And then who ends up with, let's say, custody of that paper or the paper trail? Who ends up housing those documents?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's 3 different systems. There's 5 different vendors, but 3 different voting methods, I should say, that produce a verified paper audit trail. And one is a hand-marked paper ballot. Another one is a machine-marked ballot, but it's on paper, and you get the paper and you deposit it in a scanner just like you would a hand-marked paper ballot. In those 2 instances, the voted ballot will remain in the scanner until it's counted, and then after it's counted, then it's securely secured for a year. All the entire time, the Election Commission would retain custody of those voted ballots. For the equipment that you use in Rutherford County, assuming that they go with the same equipment, the way that equipment is designed is the voter will mark on the machine And simultaneously, as they're marking on the machine, they will see it's like a paper receipt, literally looks like a receipt underneath a secure glass. And it will show as that voter votes exactly how that goes. That record will also remain in the custody of the election commission, and that will be there for audit purposes. It will be there if there's contest of election. But ultimately, that's where the voter-fried paper audit trail will remain.
Okay, and last question. Counties have until the 1st of 2024 to get these new machines installed, unless they ask for an extension. Have any counties asked for an extension?
No counties have asked for an extension, and if they ask for an extension, it has to be a hardship. The only hardship that I would anticipate would be a supply chain issue. In talking to all the vendors, we are having some supply chain issues, but none of them believe that the supply chain issue will take it beyond January 1st, meaning they all believe that they'll be able to accommodate the needs of Tennessee by the due date. So I do not anticipate any county not having a verified paper audit trail by January 1st, 2024.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Chairman Zachary, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary. Good morning. I
Morning.
almost expected to see Cole here to be part of the presentation. I've seen him more during session this year, and it's been good
We
to see
probably
him.
would have done better had he come.
Probably would have. Well, I look forward to his service to our country, and thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question regarding the digital preservation of permanent electronic records. We appropriated over $500,000 toward that. Can you just give us an update about the 4 positions, if that was actually enough of an appropriation and just the establishment of that infrastructure?
Mr. Ritter?
Jamie Ritter, thank you very much for your question. We are in the process of, we're very close to securing the vendor that will provide for the live video capture and captioning of that. And the 4 positions, we should be posting to hire them this spring to bring them on, and the budget is sufficient to handle that project. Also, as part of that effort, we have broader digitization efforts of state publications, governor's papers, et cetera, and all of the pieces in place to capture those and make them accessible to the public are available.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I think you and I probably talk second, probably only to elections, more about charitable gaming and charitable organizations than we do anything. I know last year you rolled out a new management system as it relates to operating those. I guess just a follow up on how that went, how it's going, and if you think it's going to actually be better.
Well, thank you. It's gone very well. We have a new vendor, as you remember, that really saved the state millions of dollars and actually provides, we think, a higher level of ability for our business organizations and charities around the state. The only hiccup we had, honestly, is for our consumers, our customers, who weren't used to having to file online, weren't used to the new system and logging into it. So we had a handful of consumers like that who needed a little assistance logging in for the first time. But outside of that, the system's made it much more easy for not only them, but our employees as well to process those filings.
I also know that you and I, through discussions, your department has taken the lead as it relates to trying to make those fees more affordable. I noticed that there's a reduction in the total balance that's there. I wondered if the reflection of the reduction in your fund balance is directly because we're not bringing in as many fees, or did you have to use some money on this new service?
No, honestly, we still continue to perform bringing in surpluses. I mean, if you were looking at the sheet that you gave us, at the sheet I held up earlier, we had a $10 million surplus in that charitable association gaming reserve fund that transferred over to 30501, and we barely touched that.
Okay.
So, I mean, we still continue to be able to offer that $10 reduced fee to nonprofits. And frankly, if things continue, I'll probably wind up coming back to you again next year and ask you to do it again. I do like being able to come back each year and ask for the reduction, the ability to reduce it each year, because it makes sure we continue to keep sights on it and make sure that we don't put ourselves in a situation where 5 or 6 years down the road, we wind up turning back around and ask you to increase. That's why we do it that way. But
One final question. Under this new system, is it possible for someone to, or this charitable entity, let's say Cookville High School baseball, decides they want to do it every year? Is there like an auto renewal process or do they have to go on and file every year as it relates to that?
they need to go and file every year. Now, below a certain level, you're not even required to file.
Right.
So as long as you're staying, we want to make sure we know who groups are.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe auto renewal is something we could look at in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Secretary, thank you for your very professional office.
Thank you, sir.
I'm always glad to get the emails about members in the district who may be employed by your office or Blue Book requests. And I'm also grateful for the vision you had for this new archives building. It's a wonderful state-of-the-art library and archives. It provides so much information. Here's my question. And I'm looking at the registrations for faith institutions and charitable organizations. Just remind us again, what are the benefits for faith institutions to officially register and incorporate with your office? I know a lot of times colleagues of mine will have conversations about, even though they may not have their 501c3, should they go and still incorporate with the state of Tennessee? And I try to tell them that they need to do that because they need to at least have a record that they are officially a registered corporation in the state. So can you expound upon that?
Well, I'll do a little bit, but I'm not a corporate attorney. So, and I don't even play one on TV. So I'll try and be real careful. But certainly the corporate veil of protection, I think, is something any organization with a lot of exposure from a liability standpoint would want to take advantage of. And churches nowadays are targets now more than ever.
Yeah.
And so I just think that that's probably the chief benefit among them. And plus, when you get ready to expand a church or go borrow money to do whatever you need to do for a church, a bank is going to want to know what that official structure is. And so I think to be able to point to that corporate structure, it could be a benefit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Representative Lynn.
Mr. Secretary, once again, you've taken my breath away with the packet of information. I just want to thank you. Thank you again
Thank you,
for
Ms. Ritter.
providing
Thank you
this
and your
to
team.
us.
Representative Sparks, you're recognized.
Yeah, Representative Lynn kind of stole my thunder, Mr. Secretary. I opened up my packet. Many members may not open up their packet, and that the archives and the information about the genealogy meant a lot. My mother recently passed, and I appreciate Chairman Hazelwood reaching out to me and many members as well. I didn't realize that my mom and dad were married in England. I didn't know that till I looked at this. Didn't realize my grandfather was drafted into World War II. So this is really nice, especially with the loss of my mother. So, history matters for all of us, and I just want to say thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have no further questions on my list. So again, with thanks to the secretary and your team, Mr. Goins, again, for the hard work that you've done in the past and then working with our counties to make sure that there are always going to be opportunities for questions, but for doing all that you can to make sure that we have an answer for those questions when they arise, and getting these new voting machines and tracking available for all Tennesseans to feel even more comfortable about their vote being counted and counted correctly when they go to the polls. So we thank you for that and all the other things. And again, I thank you for my packet. I just glanced at it really quickly, but there's some interesting information in there. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I'm a big believer in not closing past the sale, but I just want to thank you and the committee for the continued confidence you have shown in our employees at all levels of the organization. You've invested in them over the years. You have given us the ability to do the things that you've given us credit for. You're the ones that do that. And so we do it on your behalf. And I don't ever take that for granted. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we might provide the resources, but you all manage them. And it takes all of those things to make it work. So thank you again. Next on our list for presentations this morning, we're going to hear from the Council of on Developmental Disabilities. It's Piercy, the Executive Director, and whomever she chooses to bring forward with her. If you will just introduce your companion, and we will ask you, again, we're back on time. We'd like to stay that way, but we don't want to shortchange you. So please just introduce yourselves and give us your presentation.
Great. Am I on here? Great. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Hazelwood and members of the committee. I'm Lauren Piercy, Executive Director of the Tennessee Council on Developmental Disabilities, and to my left is Deputy Director Lynette Porter. Today, we have a short overview of our small, unique office, which I'll talk through before we dive into the budget. You have a packet of materials, 4 pages total, that I will reference throughout our presentation. It's also on this screen here. I'll start with who we are. The Tennessee Council on Developmental Disabilities exists to improve services and supports to make life better for people with developmental disabilities and their families. That statement is our broadest mission. The reason our program exists in every state and territory. In Tennessee, we've been operating for over 30 years. We're focused on the people living with the most significant lifelong disabilities, about 160,000 Tennesseans. The ripple effects are much broader if you think about families, neighborhoods, and schools supporting each person. In the overall service system, we play a unique role. We are distinct from the bigger agencies. In fact, we're one of the smallest agencies in state government. Our power comes from the design of our council membership, which you can see visually on this first page or on the screen here. We are a mix of professionals across state government and governor-appointed citizens who live throughout the state, including in your districts. When those two perspectives come together, decision makers in government and the people affected by government, we can start to understand both what needs to change and how to change it. So we explain our work this way, and I'm looking at the bullets on the bottom. Number 1, we build bridges between the experiences of real people with disabilities and the service systems that affect their lives. Number 2, we see the big picture across government programs to help connect dots and fill gaps to meet real needs. And number 3, we make change toward greater inclusion, self-determination, and independence for people with disabilities. Now turning to page 2, thank you. We have brief examples of how our work looks in practice. So starting at the top, our citizen council members are here to influence policy with the best expertise there is, their lived experience. The photo on this page shows our member from Smyrna, Representative Sparks's constituent, visiting a state park with the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. TDEC called on our members to provide consultation as they seek to make state parks more accessible. We hope you will call on our members to help improve accessibility in your communities or any need related to disability. So moving on to the second bullet here, we mention this every year, but Tennessee Disability Pathfinder remains one of the most important ways we fill gaps across the system. It is a one-stop, statewide information and referral center that we have funded for almost 20 years. Most states don't have anything like it. Thanks to the state agency collaboration we started a few years ago, with 6 state agencies coming together to fund Pathfinder with us, we have been able to invest a major improvement in Pathfinder, including an entirely new website. Please make sure your offices know they can refer constituent questions to Pathfinder, both the website and the helpline if someone prefers to make a phone call. We have dropped off materials at your Nashville offices last week, and we'd be happy to mail more materials to your districts or the events you attend. We'll mail them anywhere. And this final bullet highlights recent collaborations with you, the General Assembly. Last year, you may remember our citizen council members talking about the need for adult-sized changing tables. Thousands of Tennesseans are affected by this issue. It is the perfect example of something we only know about by listening directly to citizens. It's not a buzzy issue you hear about in the news. It's very private. It wouldn't fall into the purview of any one state agency, but it affects us all. It's one of those gaps that could have easily persisted. After hearing their stories, you listened and responded. Chair Hazelwood and this committee supported a significant investment at the end of last session. Thanks to you, Tennessee is now a national leader on access to adult-sized changing tables. I can't think of a better example of government responding to citizens, and it is everything the council is designed to do. It's change-making, it's filling gaps, and it's building that bridge between citizen needs and government action. We do this work as one of state government's smallest offices with a relatively small budget, as you'll see on the next page. We are tireless in building partnerships so that our money goes as far as it possibly can. So we hope you'll agree, we think we are one of the best returns on investment in the state. And with that, I will turn it to Deputy Director Lynette Porter to go over our budget.
Good morning. Our fiscal year 2023-2024 request is for levels funding. Our state appropriation request is $343,300. Our federal appropriation is $1,747,600, and we also have $580,000 of interdepartmental funding, which goes to Pathfinder, the collaboration that Director Piercy spoke about earlier, for a total request of $2,670,900.
Thank you, Lynette. We just have one more page that I'll go over very briefly before inviting your questions. This page shows more detail about our members. Starting with the map of Tennessee at the top, the dots show where our citizen council members live. You can see visually how they are distributed across the state, 2 in every developmental district. The yellow squares denote somebody who is your constituent on this committee. This gives us perspective from a broad range of communities, including rural communities, representing the diversity of Tennessee. And at the bottom of this page are the agencies and community partners on our council. So when you have a question come to your office or a disability issue on your radar, please call on us. We can help both from a professional perspective and by connecting you with these citizen leaders in your communities. Their lived experience is the best resource you will find. So I'll end with circling back to how I started. Our power is with the unique design of this council membership. We are the bridge between citizens and government and the place where those two sides come together and we can get things done. Thank you for being such an important partner in this work, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you, Director. And I do want to just say on behalf of the committee and the legislative body, I think I can speak for everyone in saying thank you for the management and the time and the effort that's gone into setting up Pathfinders, because I think one of the issues that continues to plague us locally, statewide, and nationally, there are lots and lots of resources, sometimes overlapping, sometimes competing, but the real problem is that people who should have access to those resources don't necessarily know about them. And if they know about them, they don't know how to go about getting them. So I think the work that Pathfinders does to connect the need with the resource is it's huge for those of us in our citizens in Tennessee who need those kinds of services desperately and need them most. So again, I think it's come a long way. Some of us can remember when there was no Pathfinders. So I am very grateful, and I think others are, particularly anybody who has that sort of need and has, tried to navigate through what could be a morass of state and federal offers and opportunities. So it's incredibly important what you've accomplished. Representative McKenzie, you are the first questioner on my list.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the extremely valuable, important work that you do with the funds that you have available. So on you had spoke to this. You had 200 grants of $5,000 each, which is distributed by the Department of Intellectual Disabilities to business and municipalities for the installation of these adult changing tables that you spoke of. It's available to the public. Has the council worked with that department or independently to help the public know that these funds are available? And if so, what measures have you taken?
Yes, sir. And we're going to continue to do that. DIDD has taken the lead on outreach, and really Commissioner Turner personally has done a lot of outreach. We have utilized our members in their communities. So our members go to their local governments, to their local businesses, and they distribute the one-pagers that we have produced. We are the one to create the flyer that everyone uses. So we're all working for the same sheet of music, if you will. It's on DIDD's website, it's on our website. And so our members have done a lot of work, not only in Tennessee, but consulting with other states who are now following suit. Sure.
Chairman Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you for being with us this morning and explaining to us what can be done to help employ those with disabilities. The council works with 2 statewide groups to improve employment rates among Tennesseans with disabilities: the Employment First Task Force and the Tennessee Works Partnership. Can you provide an overview of these 2 groups and strategic plans developed to increase employment for people with disabilities in Tennessee? What are some of the successes of the groups, and what are some of the main challenges which exist for increasing the employment rate of people in Tennessee with disabilities?
Thank you for that question. Employment has been one of the top priorities of the council since the 80s. My predecessor really was passionate about employment for disabilities before many were, and now Tennessee is a leader in employment of people with disabilities through the programs that we run. The 2 groups that you just mentioned, the Employment First Task Force is really run through DIDD. We are a member. And then the Tennessee Works Partnership is run through Vanderbilt Kennedy Center, and we are a part of that group too. The unique value that the council brings within state government, as we are part of state government, which is one of the things we're most proud of, is we also have a subgroup of the Employment First Task Force that is only state agencies. And so the value that we bring is helping state agencies talk to each other about what we're all doing. To Chair Hazelwood's point, we sometimes are running so many programs that are similar that we don't all know how to coordinate. And so every single quarter we bring together a dozen state agencies to talk about what are we all doing? How can we all row in the same direction? And we've just produced a video explaining that group that I can send to the committee afterward. But to answer your questions about the successes and challenges, I think the success is the collaboration that Tennessee has with all of these groups. The task force not only has the state agencies that I just mentioned, but private businesses, private providers that provide these services, and people who get these services. So we all come together, and in other states, you just don't see that. And we produce a report to the governor every year. It's called the Expect Employment Report that outlines our progress. Most states are not organized to have that organized, really metric-based progress report, if you will, that is available to the public and to the government. I think the challenges just continue to be stigma from communities. We have to really work hard to reduce what we call the employment gap, which is the much higher rate of unemployment for people with disabilities than people without. So we know that just by virtue of having a disability, you're automatically more likely to be unemployed or underemployed. And that's what we really want to work on, is the culture change behind that too.
Chairman, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What can the General Assembly do to help further the mission of these groups?
Oh, thank you for that question. Well, I think the General Assembly can keep supporting the groups that you are supporting. DIDD and TennCare through the Employment and Community First Choices program are funding some of the services that make the biggest gap, that make the biggest dent in the gap unemployment, because they provide the job coaching, the supports around somebody. DHS's vocational rehabilitation program is one of the biggest programs for all sorts of disabilities. And then, of course, we help really coordinate all those different groups. So your support of all of us, I think, is one of the best ways.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Piercy, thank you for being with us this morning. Wanted to talk just a second about the START assessment teams. And so, I mean, just for the benefit of the public, those are the Systematic Therapeutic Assessment and Resources Treatment Teams. And so that's a statewide resource. It provides crisis help to Tennesseans with developmental disabilities and behavioral health concerns. So we started a program in 2021. It consisted of a 5-phase rollout approach. Dr. Pierce, I know you're on the advisory team. Can you maybe just kind of give us an update of that program? The current phase of the progress, when you anticipate it to be fully rolled out, just kind of an overview, if you don't mind.
Yes, I will defer the technical questions to the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. They are administering that program, but I will say the council, it's a really good example of how the council can start seed money for something like that. So we paid for the initial training from the National Center for START Services to train the teams that DIDD now has employed, the regional teams that you just mentioned, in phase 1. We were the seed startup. We came together with DIDD and said, we want to do something innovative. Let us put our little money toward trying something, and then you sustain it. That's our model with all the projects that we do. So I am on the advisory. I do keep up. And I'll just tell you anecdotally, I've gotten more notes from constituents, from members of the public about how great and life-changing the START program is than I think any other program that we've started, at least in my tenure. We hear that it is the most, the term that's been used twice is it's the most human way to greet someone who's having a crisis of any model that we've tried. So from my view, although we are not administering the program, it has been very successful.
And then just one follow-up, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. And so, and you may have mentioned this, but is the program fully rolled out at this point, or do we know when that target date is?
Thank you. I want to defer that to the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities because I don't want to misspeak.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. Again, Director Piercy, good seeing you. And I just want to briefly echo Chair Lady Hazelwood's comments about the great job you and your team are doing. And I just, over the years, your team's help and support with legislation that makes a difference for Tennesseans is greatly appreciated. And I'm just glad to see that y'all continue to do the great job, the legacy of former Director Wanda Willis. I know she's proud of you and your team. Thank you, Chair Lady.
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be brief, but I too just want to thank you all for what you do. I really don't have a question, just to tell you thank you, because I realize how important your work is, but most of all, how important it is to the citizens that you serve. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Sparks.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that Smyrna Park. That park is the Freedom Park, and I want to thank our newly elected Representative Robert Stevens. He was our Rotary president for helping. I think our Rotary Club, I forgot how many thousands of dollars we raised. This body helped fund that park. Kudos to Vice Chair Charlie Baum with that. But just want to thank my mayor, Mary Esther Reed, and our city council, lieutenant council for helping with that, and Brian Hercules. But that's a great example of a public-private partnership. I think the Christy Houston Foundation helped with that. There's a great picture with the Murfreesboro Post by Dan Epwright of Commissioner Brad Turner's daughter, Kinsley, attending that park. And that's just a great example of folks working well together. So I want to thank you for your efforts, ma'am.
It sure is. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, there is a lot of appreciation on this committee for the work that you all do. And I do think it's a lot of bang for our buck.
Thank you.
For the state investment and for the work that is a result of that, thanks to a hefty sum from the federal government as well. But again, unless you've had someone in your family or a similar issue to deal with, I don't think you can really estimate the value of Pathfinders and the other programs, and just providing people who have disabilities the dignity of work whenever possible, because most people really want to feel useful and to feel that they can, at least in some ways, take care of themselves and be productive. So I think that's incredible for self-esteem and all sorts of other things. But again, we are grateful for your work and for your time here this morning.
Thank you so much. And if you all don't have these on your desks, we dropped them off last week, but this is just a bookmark for Pathfinder. So hopefully it'll help your staff get answers for disability services in your areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to ask Director Howell and her staff members from the museum to come forward. Welcome her here. Director, we're very glad to have you this morning, and I'll just mention to the rest of the committee members, I'm very honored to serve on the museum board, and I think we can all take great pride in the work that is done there. If you haven't spent time there, then I would ask that you do that and encourage as many of your constituents as possible to take advantage of the museum in person and physically. But if you're like me and you live a few hours away, and like some of our members who live even further away and it makes it very difficult for school groups and others to actually attend the museum. There are a number of virtual programs, and I'm sure we're going to hear something about some of those today in the presentations. But the museum is a great resource for every Tennessean, not just for the legislature and not just for those Tennesseans who live in and around Nashville, but for every Tennessean, every citizen of the state. It's incredible, the artifacts that are there and the way that the staff presents those in ways that are meaningful and just help us all to better understand our history. So with that commercial message, I'll ask Director Howell to take over and begin her presentation.
Great. Thank you. So I am Ashley Howell, Executive Director, Tennessee State Museum. My voice will catch up in a second. I have with me Sabrina Hooper, Deputy Director. Thank you so much for this opportunity today to share with you the activities of the State Museum. Overall, our budget submission includes just a modest increase, so you would not see much change year over year. For today's presentation, I will summarize activities in 4 areas of service: visitor on-site attendance, K-12 programs, exhibitions, and upcoming capital projects. We are continuing to see positive increases in attendance this fiscal year. For the first 6 months of this fiscal year, the museum has welcomed over 55,000 visitors to the museum. This is an increase over the same period last year. These figures are more than double what our attendance was during the COVID year, fiscal year 2021. K-12 programs have also continued to see an increase in service. Our K-12 programs are on-site tours to the museum and also Tennessee State Capitol, virtual field trips, traveling trunks, and teacher workshops. In our first 6 months of this fiscal year, we have experienced a 77% increase in the number of students participating in on-site tours at the museum. Our trunk program has served an increase of 43% more students this year compared to last year's numbers. This speaks to a continued increase in the demand for services. Last fiscal year, we served all 95 counties through our K through 12 engagement. So the screen behind me is a map of that service. So orange is all services received. Dark green is multiple services. So it could be trunks, it could be on-site tours. Light blue, we served in as either teacher professional development in that county or nearby county, having teachers participating or traveling trunks. But we also sent staff to meet with county representatives, school superintendents across the state, because as we continue to talk about these services, we want to make sure that we have knowledge of the services throughout the state. In the galleries, we recently closed the temporary exhibition, Painting the Smokies. This exhibition was given an award for one of the best exhibitions in the Southeast, and it was given to us by the Southeastern Museum Conference. Our next two exhibitions are about the topic of education and the funding of Rosenwald schools. This was a matching gift program available in the early 20th century and funded by Julius Rosenwald, the then CEO of Sears Roebuck. This program funded approximately 5,000 African American schools in the Southeast from 1912 to 1932. More than 300 were built in Tennessee, and approximately 100 are still standing today. So our exhibition highlights this story as well as preservation efforts in local communities to preserve these structures and history. Finally, I would like to talk about the move of our collection. With the Department of General Services, the State Museum is hard at work on the plans for the new collection storage facility for the museum. We're scheduled to break ground in a couple of weeks, and it will take about 15 months to complete. Completion is scheduled in fall of 2024. Currently, the vast majority of the collection is stored in the basement of the James K. Polk office building, and this will allow the state's collection to be better preserved, to have better access, not only for our team, but for museums across the state. In addition, we are also in the process of planning for a new museum space in the Legislative Plaza renovation for new military exhibits and a Capitol Visitor Center. So with all of these projects and increase in services, I just want to state how thankful we are to the legislature, to the administration for the importance of pay and retention of state employees. With the recent study of salaries at the State Museum in relation to state employees, 90% of employees at the State Museum received increases. To do the job that we do, it is important that we continue to retain our staff, support our staff to better serve the state of Tennessee. And with that, I'll see if there's any questions.
Thank you. We do have a number of questions. I think you probably touched on most of the subjects that we'll be diving a little bit deeper into. but again, I think the storage facility and all of the things that you're managing, there's a lot going on at the museum, and not just the day-to-day operations that we see on the surface, but also a great deal of work that is involved in just the packing up and moving of tons, literally tons of artifacts. So with that, Chairman Boyd, you are first on my list today.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Director Howe, it's great to see you today. I have a quick question, a little follow-up to what Chair Lady was talking about on the new storage facility. I know that money was allocated a couple of years back. A lot of the projects have hit that inflation wall, and I was just curious, is everything still looking good to get that done within the $32.5 million?
Yes, sir. So in working with General Services, we pay close attention to the budget. The project is on time and on budget.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman
And
Boyd. Yeah.
I know you guys have done the virtual tours of the State Museum, and so can you tell us a little bit about that, and then just any other technology-related initiatives similar to that you guys are doing now?
Absolutely. I'm going to pull some numbers here. So we started virtual field trips when we moved into the new State Museum facility. We saw an increase of those services during the COVID time period as schools were reducing on-site field trips. This past quarter and this half of the fiscal year, we have seen, and I'm going to pull these numbers here. We served over 1,000 students with virtual field trips in the first 6 months of this fiscal year, in 15 virtual field trips in 8 counties. So our virtual field trips are live. So the students in the classroom can engage with an educator in the galleries or in a classroom talking about Tennessee history. But one thing with virtual field trips, we have seen on-site tours come back, and we've seen a dip in usage of virtual field trips as schools are opting to come in person. It's something we will continue to do, but I think it'll be interesting to see how we continue to serve, especially in because Tennessee is so long. One of the things we talk about at the State Museum and in the commission is, how do we serve a school who may not be able to obtain the buses for an on-site trip, may not have the time in the classroom to do that. So it's one of the reasons why we have started to travel the state to talk about our services and to work with teachers on what they would like to see in the classroom.
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Going to the question hour that you guys had filled out, the State Museum has 59 authorized positions and 12 vacancies as of December. How does your salaries compare competitively with the private sector and some of the other state agencies?
Okay. So as mentioned, we are thankful to have the increases this past couple of months, state employees. In terms of the market, salaries are still lower than market average for museum employees. So we continue to be advocates for our employees to support them in their professional journey. The retention, the 12 vacancies, we definitely have seen turnover of positions in the last 2 years. as our employees are being hired, promotions, an increase in salary. We've seen employees leave state service. We've seen employees leave the museum field. And I would just have to say that's a loss for us. And, so we're continually thinking about retention and how to support our employees.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. According to the questionnaire, the State Museum collected $129,000 from event revenue. What do you all do with the event revenue? And are collections from event rentals back to pre-pandemic levels, or do you hope to see improvement?
So thank you for the question. Event rental revenue, just to talk about that, is fairly new for the State Museum, especially in our new facility. So we have been essentially holding on to that revenue. It is earmarked to go to support the services of the museum, specifically with the collection storage facility and some of the big projects ahead. Admittedly, there's some unknowns in that move. I mean, this is a big move for us. And we have been funding conservation. We've been funding packing efforts. We have looked at our budget to think about how we can use those funds efficiently. Those funds right now, we are essentially holding on to in case we need to support the capital funding in case there is a gap in funding to do that. But the funds will go to support exhibitions and programs and collection management. In terms of demand services, we are back to pre-pandemic levels. And there's something about maybe not gathering for a period of time that has inspired people to gather and do so in a big way. So our team is quite busy with events, and we are glad to be a venue for events at the State Museum.
You have a follow-up, Representative Lynn?
I do, thank you. One thing I did want to say is thank you very much. I'm sure all of us are very thankful when our school children are coming to the museum. We so appreciate getting a call so that we can go over there and greet them if we're able to. But I wanted to ask you about an online gift shop and being able to purchase items online. It just seems like such a great way to really give someone a meaningful gift. How is that coming?
So we are working on this function, and we are working with STS on the service platform to make that happen. We've learned a lot through this process, that in having that online function on our website, we want to make sure that we have the right system in place that meets state's requirements. So we're so dependent on the good team at STS to help us navigate that. We have merchandise ready to go. We are ready to fulfill those orders. And I think the next step is a demo for that platform.
Representative Sparks.
Thank you, Chair Lady. As you know, history is important to all of us. You mentioned the Rosenwald schools. A lot of folks may not know what Rosenwald schools and that man's legacy that he left. We in my community, we restored an old Rosenwald school. And now it's a park off Indian Springs Road that folks can lease. There's a kitchen. Our Parks Department has been phenomenal in Smyrna. One of our, I guess, guy kind of teaches my Sunday school class. He's battling cancer, Ed Garner. Great guy. They had the vision, but we put a couple of reunions over there. I shared this on the House floor a couple of years ago. was talking to one lady who attended a Roosevelt school. She had walked 4 miles to school each day. 4 miles. I mean, I walked a mile to school. I thought that was far, Representative Freeman, but 4 miles to school, wow. But I want to give a shout out. Somebody donated $100,000 anonymously in the memory of the late Dr. George Smith to St. Thomas Ascension Healthcare anonymously. Well, he was big historian, first African-American physician to be allowed doctor privileges at the old Rutherford County Hospital. Great guy. In fact, he was at my fundraiser at Sam Davis' home. Kind of ironic. But anyways, a lot of these folks, sadly, are passing away. Mary Watkins with the Historical Society, a lot of her members, they're just falling away. And we need to try to capture those stories. It matters to all of us. Rutherford County's done a great job of capturing those stories. But I just want to appreciate the great work that y'all are doing to remember what our forefathers kind of went for. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
And just could you remind us again when you said the Rosenwald exhibit, when that exhibit will actually begin at the museum and how long it'll be there?
So we actually have 2 exhibitions. The first exhibition opens February 24th. So we're currently in installation. It is the work of photographer Andrew Filer, and he has documented schools in the Southeast. So through his photography, this is a traveling exhibition. It just closed at the Civil Rights Museum at Memphis. It's coming to the Tennessee State Museum. And after us, it will go to other venues. The exhibition that the State Museum is organizing opens in June. And to Representative Sparks' comment, this is an exhibition working with alumni communities in Tennessee, talking about the preservation efforts of the structures. And this exhibition is in partnership with Fisk University, the home of the Julius Rosenwald Archive. So the archive for this program is here in Nashville, and we are thankful to work with the team at Fisk on access to that archive to be able to tell the story.
Thank you. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, thank you so much. My 11-year-old daughter, who I had to take to school at 7 o'clock this morning and then drive in, loves the museum. She would spend the night there if we would allow her. And I'm trying to think, do you have anything in your advertisements or your outreach to young people? She lives on her electronic device 3 minutes at a time, or sometimes 15 seconds at a time, watching these little snippets of videos. Can we work to create some type of a social media personality that could reach out to these young people in her age bracket to get them interested and keep them interested in Tennessee history?
Thank you. I will say, if any of you are on Facebook or Instagram, please follow us. I truly, and the team truly sees our social media as an extension of what we do in the galleries. So it's a great place to have an update, either what's happening at the State Museum or highlighting an artifact in our collection. Our team has, we've started doing reels, and forgive me, I'm not as social media savvy as an 11-year-old, but really starting to look at how we continue to engage through that medium. As we report metrics to the commission, one of the things we've noticed last couple of meetings, it's our reels that have the reach more so than at the, I would call it static post. So they are a great team continuing to look at social media trends and how we can continue to serve.
Representative Shaw. In looking at in our beloved budget book, The funding for the museum, actual funding 21 through 22 shows $524,200 in other. I'm not sure what other is, but that is down to $5,000 estimated and $5,000 for the base this year. Can you tell us what that other fund encompasses and why that sharp decrease?
Are you looking on the green sheet?
No, I'm actually looking in
the budget.
the budget
Okay.
book itself. And that's fine if you can just get back to us on that, but it's, it's just a precipitous drop from $500,000 to 5,000. So I'm just curious
Is
what
that-
that funding was.
Oh, thank you. So, apologies, Chairman. So we received a special appropriation to kickstart the packing process for the collection move. And this was asked for because of some challenges and some conditions we were dealing with in the Polk building. That was one-time funding. And we were able to procure contractors to help us with the packing of those artifacts and the security and the preservation of those artifacts given those conditions. So we do not anticipate a continuation of that funding. The capital project will fund the pack and the move, and we currently are in the process of having an RFP go out with general services for the services.
And those were state funds or were they private funds?
Those were state funds.
Okay. All right. It's just a little misleading in the book as it's not included in the state amount, but as a separate allocation. So again, thank you for that clarification. I see no other questions from members. So Director Howell, thank you. And
you.
Your finance guru for being here with us this morning. And again, it's my honor to serve on the museum board and to just get a little more up close and personal look at the good work that goes on there and just the remarkable number of artifacts that the museum has and is responsible for not only housing and storing, but for displaying in meaningful ways. So it's great work and all Tennesseans can be proud. And I just wish that more Tennesseans took the opportunity to see what was there. So hopefully we can help make that happen.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you again. And next we are going to ask our Department of Revenue. Commissioner Garagano, we welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. Appreciate it.
And if you'd like to introduce yourself and your team, and then we'll just, in the interest of time, get underway.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm David Giorgano, Commissioner of Revenue. On my right is Christine Laps, our Deputy Commissioner, and on my left is Amanda McGraw, our Chief Financial Officer, and we are very pleased to be here with you today. Chair Lady Hazelwood, we have a fairly straightforward presentation, just 3 quick slides, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that we can. Our one cost increase request this year is for $2.2 million and relates to higher prices for the manufacturing of license plates. Triticor notified us in November that it would need to increase the amount charged to the Department of Revenue to reflect its increased costs. They cited increases such as aluminum prices being up 27%, labor up more than 50%, and other materials such as cartons and poly sleeves up more than 30%. So this is essentially a pass-through from us to them to cover their increased costs. This slide, Madam Chair Lady, simply reflects our budget, a base budget of $96 million, the 2.2%, $2.2 million cost increase request for a state appropriation of 98.7 million. And we have almost $35 million in current services revenue for a total budget request of 133.6 million. And lastly, we just wanted to take a couple of minutes to highlight some of the things we're excited about. We're in the process of implementing our last technology investment, we believe, for the foreseeable future. As you well know, we've invested in already in our tax system and our motor vehicle title and registration system. Our last investment is to replace the scanners that we use to process paper. This will be to the extent we still receive paper tax returns, motor vehicle title and registration records, and then we process quite a few transactions for other agencies, what we call our lockbox operation. We're using 20-year-old technology that's no longer supported, so we'll be replacing that scanner at a cost of $2 to $3 million, but that's absorbed in our current budget, working with STS to use their equipment replacement fund. So we're just excited about that because we believe that's the last thing we need to do on the technology side in the, like I said, in the foreseeable future. With technology well in hand, we've been doubling down on our taxpayer engagement. We are particularly pleased with our webinars. You know, in the past, we would hold in-person events, and if we got a crowd of 30 or, you know, maybe 50 people, that was a great turnout. I think this is one of the silver linings with all the changes in the last 2 or 3 years is we've realized how many more people we can reach virtually. So we held monthly webinars in FY22 and had over 9,300 attendees. We've also updated our landing page toward helping new businesses. We have sort of a checklist of all of the things that a new business needs to do, including what they need to do with us, but also directing them to resource office for things they need to do there as well. We have some new easy to read collections dashboards. We think this is particularly helpful to local governments and other folks who want to know, for example, what are the sales tax collections in a certain county or what are the LBD collections. That data has been available more in spreadsheet forms. You have to dig down a little bit in our website to get to it. We've worked with STS to publish some, we think, interactive, easier to use maps in that dashboard. And finally, we've worked really hard on our correspondence and guidance. We have a lot of new tax manuals out that are quite comprehensive. We worked with industry and practitioners on those. We've updated our general correspondence to taxpayers to make it clearer and easier to understand the message that we're sending to them. And lastly, I've added a few statistics around our delivery of customer service. So with that, Madam Chair Lady, that's the end of my formal comments. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have several, and I'm going to start with just a couple of quick ones that came to mind there as you were presenting. On the technology, you said that this is the last big technology, effort that you foresee for your department. What about ongoing upgrades for the technology that you already have in place? And this new technology, as we all know, that's a fairly rapid turnover. So is that budgeted, and are you comfortable with having the ability to upgrade those as necessary?
Yeah, I'll make a couple of general comments, and I may ask Amanda to fill in. But yeah, particularly on the tax side, I'll start with that. One of the features that we really like about this vendor and this product, we've talked a lot about it over the last several years, but it is upgraded periodically. It's sort of like if you have Microsoft Office and they come out with new versions, and they're in about 24, 25 other states. They're always getting input from us and other states as to how they can improve their product. And we will continue certainly to get service packs, but also as needed upgrade to new versions. But that's taken into account in our budget. I'm going to ask Amanda if she can flesh that out a little bit.
So the contract that we have with Fast Enterprises for the tax system offers different service levels, 1 through 3, 3 being the one where should we be in a year of an upgrade, they come in, they help us install that upgrade and move us to the new version. And all of that is currently thought about in the existing budget that we have.
Thank you. And then you mentioned the revised guidelines for consumers and businesses and whomever. And we are continually in this body making changes that would require updates in that. So are those done online so that they're easily updated? Are they paper copies? If so, how are those updates and changes in those guidelines? How are they scheduled?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. We are currently on a anticipated schedule of updating the tax manuals twice a year. We will, in the interim periods, and this is all online, the manuals are online, and when there's an update, the changes are specified so that people can pick them out easily in a separate section. And during the interim, if we need to add information, we have a place on that same page for upcoming changes. So basically twice a year, we will publish the updated manual. But in the meantime, if there are changes that we are going to make in the next published version, we will also put that online so people can see that in the interim.
All right, thank you. Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and Commissioner, good to see you. Thank you for you and your staff being here. The question I have, it really doesn't pertain just directly with your respective budget, but it's really the budget as a whole for our state. With the tax cuts that we saw last year, around 300 million, and then for this year, it's going to be somewhere above 400 million. Can you just talk a little bit about revenue collections? What this is going to mean for our state revenue collections. Also, kind of looking down the road, what is the long-term impact of these revenues being cut? And also, what is the effect that it's going to have on local governments as well?
Yes, sir. Chairman Hicks, thank you for the question. I guess, I would start with the revenue estimate, and we are one of the presenters to the funding board. The funding board then sets the estimated revenue for the upcoming year. And I think it's well recognized that over the last few years, particularly with the pandemic, there's been a lot of uncertainty. We've been careful and conservative with the revenue estimates. It's also recognized that so far the collections have exceeded the estimates, and I think all of that has worked to put us in a good Tennessee in a good spot and keep Tennessee in a good spot, because we've always been careful. This General Assembly and the governors have always been careful with that budgeting. The cuts that have been made fit within those budgets and within those projected revenues. So I feel comfortable from sort of the tax administrator standpoint that the state has done everything right in that regard. I think we're in a good spot to be able to offer some additional cuts that still are carefully considered and fit within the budget and the projected revenue. And I'd be happy to try to drill down into that more if you wish, but I'll let you direct me on that.
No, I think that's good. And just maybe just a final question was, again, pertaining to local governments. How's that going to affect local governments? And that's my last question.
So I can say for the current bill, I know there's in particular a cut in business tax, which is a revenue source that's shared state and local, so I know that's been of particular interest. We have structured that cut so that all of the revenue reduction is on the state side. The locals are held harmless, if you want to use that term, from that cut. There is a small decrease in revenue from sales tax changes, but it's quite small. It's like $2 million overall, so it's not going to spread out over all the local impact from that and spread out over all the local governments won't be very material.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioner Garagano. I've got a couple of questions for you about the license plates that I guess we produce with and through Tricor. Your budget has some dedicated funds for those license plates. Is this funding source from the motor vehicle registration tax?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I guess as a follow-up to that, this last year, the state's portion of that tax has been waived. How has this affected your ability to fund the cost to produce license plates?
I think, again, it's all been factored into the budget, but let me defer to Amanda again.
Thank you for the question. Those waivers did not mean that we did not see any revenue in motor vehicle registration. So there's been enough revenue there that we've recognized that it's been able to cover the dedicated funds that we have for the production of license plates.
Okay, and I see you've got a carry forward balance for this. Is that more from just unspent funds in the past, or is it more from revenue generated from license plate sales?
Thank you for the question. That actually has to do with the reissue of the license plate and changing it from the Green Mountain to the blue. We were appropriated a one-time appropriations of about 15.3 million, but as we cycled those license plates through, it cut the different fiscal years. And so we anticipate that 7.1 that you see in that fund to be the remaining half of that issuance. And it has already been spent to replace all the license plates on the road.
Okay, and maybe one final question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you seeing the effects of inflation on the production of these license plates where it's costing more over time?
Well, obviously, yes. Ergo, the price increase that Tricor has passed on to us. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess just a clarification point to Chairman Baum's question earlier. The license plate registration fees were waived for personal vehicles, but not for commercial. So a significant portion of those funds were still collected. And I'm assuming those are the dollars that you were referring to.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate it. The Uninsured Motorist Fund, I believe, was started in 2015, and I think your department is in charge of that fund. And I was just kind of wondering, one, if you kind of explain what that is, or the Insurance Verification Program, excuse me, of what that is, and then describe its success, if you don't mind.
Do you want to take it? Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'm going to defer to Deputy Commissioner Lapps.
Thank you. Thank you again for the question. So our EVIS program, as we call it, we have a program that started, as you know, back in 2017 for verifying that motorists on the road have insurance. And so that's a process. We get information from insurance companies in Tennessee to get us all the policies written in Tennessee. We match that against our VTRS system in order to identify uninsured motorists and contact them. Last year, we were given some additional positions for this program. So we now have 18 positions dedicated to this process. We reach out to, again, we do this match and we reach out to drivers every month. We send letters both to drivers we identify as having a car on the road but not insurance, and also what we call proactive letters. These are drivers who we see they have a policy in Tennessee and we don't have a vehicle registered for them. So we notify them that they might need to correct something with their insurance company. because we are very dependent upon insurance companies providing us with accurate and timely information. And through that match, when we started this, we had about a 72% confirmed rate, confirmed insured motorists on the road. Now we're at 82.5%. So we have increased that considerably over the time of the program. And we'll continue to increase it with these new positions as we get them trained and fully incorporated into that team.
So I think you answered my follow-up question, I believe, is that are these uninsured motorists decreasing? Are you seeing as a result of this program, obviously people are, oops, I don't have insurance, I need to get that. Is that a success that you see of the program, that you're actually reducing the amount of uninsured motorists on our roadways?
Yes, exactly. We're always striving to move that needle, and we are seeing that again by increasing the number of letters and the different type of outreach that we're doing. The proactive letters being kind of a new program we started last year. We're moving that needle and seeing the decrease.
Good deal. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate your response. One other question, just a little bit kind of changing gear here about vacancies. I think in November in your presentation, the governor, it was mentioned about how many vacancies you all have. I believe there was probably around 88 vacancies. So I have several questions that I'll ask about that now, then y'all can address each one individually if that's okay. So which areas in your department are you seeing the highest number of vacancies? And then did the department receive any increase in the salary from the FY 2022-23 market rate adjustment pool? How do the current salaries of the department staff compare to the private sector and other state agencies? And then finally, what future does the department plan to make in employee recruitment and retention as it relates to trying to go through and all these different vacancies? So who wants to tackle that one?
Maybe I might try to start, and then I may defer to Christine a little bit as well, because she's heading up a lot of our effort in recruiting, particularly in the audit section. And that's the one I would highlight in sort of in response to your first question. I think at the time we made that presentation, we had about 50 audit positions in our audit division vacant, which is significant. Those positions did receive market rate adjustments in the most recent. Not all of the auditor positions. We do, I want to be transparent, we do have out-of-state auditors that are on a different salary plan. They were not part of that. But as far as our in-state audit staff, they did receive increases. We're happy to report we've reduced those 50 vacancies to 40 currently, but it's always an ongoing effort, right? I mean, those could also go back up. So we are putting a lot of effort. Our audit management team spends a lot of their time and attention and effort toward keeping as fully staffed as possible. And I might defer to Christine a little bit to elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you. And again, across all divisions, we were seeing some significant vacancies or vacancy rates recently. So we actually made that one of our goals to reduce our overall vacancy rate from 13% to 10%. It's a pretty ambitious goal. And again, that's going to be agency-wide. But the primary focus of concern has been the audit division. And so, like Commissioner said, we're down to about 39 vacancies, and we have 29 of those are posted, and we're actively trying to hire. And part of the outreach we're doing is a lot more in-person speaking, attending job fairs, trying to get out in front of our state schools and speaking to students. Just trying to, again, recruiting in person, letting them know about the Department of Revenue and the opportunities we have. Of course, the compensation adjustment will help a lot in recruiting those new students. The ability to engage in some work from home while working for the state of Tennessee has been very helpful in our recruiting efforts. And we're also doing I think some other agencies do this, we're doing a rapid hire event this March at Tennessee Tech. And so we will go in a one-day event, attempt to fill over 10 positions where you can show up, apply, be interviewed, have your references checked, and hopefully we will get the offer out within, if not that day, within 24 hours. So that's been a big project for us, and we hope it's very successful.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
As a follow-up to that, to some degree, we've heard, everybody we've heard from today and those agencies and organizations that we've heard from prior to today, there's a common issue, and that is attempting to find good employees in a competitive environment, incredibly competitive, particularly here in Nashville. And we recognize that we're going to have to compete against the private sector. I guess one of the concerns that we have is when we start competing within state government for the same positions and kind of cannibalize each other, it really doesn't help overall state government. So can you tell us, like one of the groups that we heard from today, their level, even after this budget proposal, would be lower than, the comparable jobs, I guess, in other parts of state government. So where do you fall in that range? If I were an auditor and I were looking at state government and I looked at various departments and organizations within state government, is the starting salary similar for most everybody, or are there differences within state government?
Thank you, Chair Lay Hazelwood. I would, again, so some of our classifications are statewide and some are revenue specific. I know our accounting positions, that's a statewide position, so it would be comparable, at least in the executive branch. I can't really speak to other branches. And our auditors are comparable in this new salary plan to the accountants. So I think there's a fair amount of uniformity there. I can't really speak to what other maybe agency-specific job titles there might be, that are comparable to an auditor. But I think across accounting and auditors, it's now pretty uniform. But Amanda's nodding her head, but she may want to weigh in.
Yeah, that is what we saw with the market study. I think before, I know as someone who has accountant positions versus tax auditor, I was competing internally with the tax auditors, and with this new market study and salary plan that came out, we are now pretty even, and so that I'm not competing actually within my own agency for talent. So I'm hoping that I haven't seen specifically other agencies and where they fell in the market study, but I'm hoping that we are uniformed across the board.
And one other question back to the license plates. I know initially when they began being issued last year, there were some concerns about the lack of readability of the license plate by various, some law enforcement, some, and even homeowners. I got calls from homeowners who had invested in cameras, and the license plates were no longer legible because of the different kind of paint or whatever. So has that issue been addressed? Did we make changes, or did the those folks interested in being able to read those license plate, were they the ones required to make the changes? How did that work?
Yes, ma'am. So we did not end up making changes. We did a lot of testing. We worked with the highway, our partners at the Highway Patrol, did a lot of testing, and ultimately determined there wasn't really a change that moved the needle. I certainly don't want to speak for private companies, but I can say from our perspective, we're not hearing as much. I feel like they have substantially adjusted to that. Again, not trying to speak for them, but it seems like we're over that hump. But specifically to your question, we did not change anything about the plate. Any adjustments were on the camera side.
Thank you. Chairman Williams.
Thanks. I know it's been 27 and a half minutes since we first had the discussion about license plate and the $2.2 million. I just noticed on the green sheet that we have is that we had a dedicated amount last year for $1.5 million for that. Just to make sure I understand this, we appropriated $1.5 million. They're asking for additional revenues that are more than 1.5 times what we originally budgeted. Is that correct? Or were there other monies somewhere else other than the 1.5 million? It just seems odd. I'm in business. I've seen costs go up before, but not double.
Yeah. Harder, but one of them is really about quantity and one is about material costs. we had received historically a set appropriation for dedicated license plates. And for a number of years, it was actually more than we spent, and we built up a reserve. And then as we have more drivers on the road and more license plates, it actually flipped so that we were spending more than we were appropriated each year. And the reserve was spent down until it was zero. And then and that's what resulted in the $1.5 million request last year, was just the quantity of plates at the per price that we were paying Tricor. And then, so that all happened. And then in November, this past November, Tricor said, hey, actually the input costs have gone up on a per plate basis, and they requested a per plate increase in the price. So one was really about quantity of plates bought, and now it's really about the per plate cost that Tricor notified us about. Would you clarify anything about that?
Any further questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Garagano, thank you for being here and for the work that's gone into this strangely colored book that we have. But it's a bit of an odd color combination, but at any rate, it's easy to find among my other books. But thank you for your time here this morning, and we look forward to completing this budget cycle and getting all of this work done that's proposed here. So with that, we're going to ask our next presenters to come forward, and that's the Human Rights Commission. Ms. Nolan, the Executive Director, and she can introduce the folks that she'll be bringing up with her.
Hey, I missed your calls Friday. Did you? I saw that you had called. Okay, I just want to respond. I appreciate it. I'll tell you later.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for being in the audience early, as we are, let the record show, running ahead of schedule, which is amazing for Finance Committee. But Ms. Noel, if you would introduce your team that you have at the front of the room with you, and then we'll ask you to go into your budget presentation for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Human Rights Commission. Again, I am Muriel Nolan, the Executive Director for the Human Rights Commission. Today, I have with me to my right, the Associate General Counsel, William Wade, to my left, Fiscal Officer Alan Staley, and Deputy Director Veronica McGraw is also to my left. We also have in the audience representing the commission also Operations Manager Lynn Cawthorn, and our General Counsel that just started today, Tramika Doss, is also in the audience. A little bit about our agency. The Tennessee Human Rights Commission is charged with the enforcement of the Tennessee Human Rights Act and the Tennessee Disability Act, which together prohibit discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations on the basis of race, color, creed, national origin, religion, sex, disability, familiar status in housing only, and age over 40 in employment only. The Commission also ensures the state of Tennessee's compliance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, and national origin by state agencies receiving federal financial assistance. The agency's mission is to safeguard individuals from discrimination through education and enforcement. The Commission is governed by a 9-member Board of Commissioners serving staggered 6-year terms appointed by the Governor, the Lieutenant Governor, and the Speaker of the House to represent the 3 grand divisions of the state. A 33-member staff of human rights representatives, attorneys, and other professional support personnel carry out the day-to-day duties of educating the public about their rights and responsibilities and conducting thorough investigations. Staff duties include assessing complaints, providing mediation conciliation services, conducting investigations and discrimination, and education and outreach. When necessary, the Commission will file litigation to resolve complaints. The Commission maintains a central office in Nashville and has regional offices in Knoxville, Chattanooga, and Memphis. For fiscal year 2024, the Governor has recommended a budget of $3,218,800 for the Human Rights Commission. That is comprised of $2,249,000 in state appropriations and $969,800 in federal funding. No reductions were taken, and this amount does not include a cost increase or improvement from last year. At this time, I'd like to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Nolan. We do have a few questions, starting with Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Nolan, it's great to see you today. Appreciate you coming. I know in the fiscal year 22-23, y'all were given $218,000 for 4 new positions. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, and were those positions filled?
Well, we asked for 4 new positions, 3 of those positions for human rights representatives, also known as investigators. So those individuals investigate complaints and conduct mediations and conciliations. We also receive funding for 1 support staff. We have filled all of those positions at the start of January. I believe the ASA 2 started in the fall, and the 3 investigators started the first of this year. And that was requested as of last year to help with restructuring goals, as well as to cure an accumulation of complaints that we received during 20 and 21 because of some of the housing issues and the issues surrounding the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Next is Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the supplemental information that was provided to the committee, there was an increase. It looks like you all have indicated an increase in complaints for employment-related issues from fiscal year 21 to 22. Is there a complaint that stands out as far as statistically that is more common than others?
I don't believe there's one that stands out. I will tell you a little bit about our particular stats for that year. We see most of our complaints are related to race, and that's tied with religion and retaliation. So the particular, to answer your question, the particular type of complaint, we didn't see any difference from previous years. I would attribute some of the increase to some of the questions surrounding maybe vaccine requirements and things like that related to getting back to work after the pandemic is what I attribute some of those increases to.
Okay, go ahead.
And just as a follow-up, so there was an increase in employment complaints, but a decrease in housing complaints. Can you explain how the office determines which investigation or which complaints to investigate, or all complaints investigated?
Well, we take everything. We don't have a mechanism the law doesn't allow us to turn away any increase. So in our processes, we've had an increase in housing increase quite a bit. We're able to process those as timely as we can with the staff that we have. So what I've done in the last year is to try to restructure the organization in a way where we can continually meet the needs, regardless of whether there's an increase in employment or increase in housing complaints. And that does vary from year to year. From some reason. Right now, we're seeing an uptick in housing complaints and a slight decline this current fiscal year in employment cases. So I've restructured the office in a way that we're able to do timely investigations by cross-training and things of that nature. So I don't really know from year to year what's going to be what we're going to have an uptick in, but currently it is housing, and we've doubled our increase so far this year.
Go ahead, sir.
So just to clarify, the main point of the question was, is your office investigating every complaint, or are you picking and choosing which complaints to investigate? If so, what is the criteria for choosing which complaints to investigate?
Okay. We do investigate every complaint that meets our legal standard as well as jurisdiction. The law does not allow us to turn away any complaints that fall under state guidelines. We have quite a bit of inquiries, and most of those inquiries are not jurisdictional, meaning it may be an employer that has 4 or 5 employees and not what's mandated by law, which is 8. So we take every complaint that meets requirements, we investigate.
Okay. Go ahead.
One more question. Of the complaints that you have reported here, 257 in 22 for employment complaints, 140 for housing complaints in 22. How many of those are repeat complainants?
We don't have many repeat complainants. They're time barred, so there are time limits, and they differ depending on whether or not they're housing or employment complaints. So they only have a certain amount of time to file that particular inquiry or complaint. So we don't see repeats. I don't know that we have employers that are repeats. I've not seen anything of that nature. Do you have anything to add?
Thank you.
Hope that answered your question.
Okay, we're actually at the end of our list of questions. While I find out if anybody else has any questions, I'll just ask you a general one. One of the 2 pieces of state legislation that your commission enforces is the Tennessee Disability Act. We also have a federal Americans with Disabilities Act. And my question is, how are those 2 pieces of legislation different? And maybe more specifically, what might the TDA do that the ADA doesn't do?
Okay. And I will defer to my Associate General Counsel with that question.
Thank you for the question. One of the differences that I would point out between the Tennessee Disability Act and the Americans with Disability Act, on a state level, when we look at public accommodations, disability is not a protected class versus, say, the Americans with Disability Act. So under state law, if we're looking at it from a sphere of public accommodations, the Tennessee Disability Act and disability as a protected class does not pertain on a state level.
Okay, thank you. We do have another question now. Chairman Kiesling.
Thanks, Chairman. When we talk about housing complaints, be specific for me. When someone contacts you, they're complaining about what? Well, I mean, when you're talking about housing complaints that so-and-so denied me entry into, I mean, can you be specific on what?
Yes, sir.
What are you
I'll
talking
let
about?
Attorney Wade
Okay,
be
sure,
a little
thank you.
more specific. He does the day in, day out with reviewing those complaints.
Thank you for the question, Representative. When we think about a housing complaint under the Tennessee Human Rights Act, things that are prohibited could be unlawful eviction on the basis of a protected class, or look at it from like a maintenance issue. Someone could say, my protected class gets significantly less maintenance addressed, property violations at the property. Somebody could say, because of my protected class, I've been penalized for this, while members of other protected classes may receive more favorable treatment. So when we look at that, it could be evictions, it could be the opportunity to rent, or from a state-only level, it could be commercial property.
Protected class defined.
Yes, sir. Protected classes are simply things like race, gender, familial status, which means someone has minor children, religion. Protected class is basically you have to have a protected class basis to assert a claim, to have a jurisdictional complaint for our agency to investigate. You can't just simply say, I was evicted, that's not fair. There has to be an underlying protected class basis to make a complaint jurisdictional.
So looking at the faces on this committee, and I'm not trying to be cute, but do you think any one of us would be under the protective class? Could be. Could be.
Every one of you.
Really?
Yes, sir.
It is not just a race issue.
Okay.
It could be gender.
So when we go down the list, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, when the list, it could be endless here. What percentage? Do you all have a percentage of the complaints that regarding black, regarding white, Asian, Hispanic? Do y'all have that? And I don't want that, but do you keep that? So because if I want to request that, you can provide that for me, right?
I don't know. We do have the race specifically. I don't know if we have a breakdown of whether it's black, Asian. Do we keep
What
that?
race? Okay, then all right. Okay, let's talk about race then. Okay, so you could provide that for me though, if it's broken down by race.
Yes, sir.
Race meaning Hispanic, race meaning Asian. Is that correct?
Yes, it could also be white. Individual complainants identify themselves, so it could be any of us that are sitting.
Could you give me, and then final question, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow? What is of those then? What is the most outstanding in percentages?
I'll have to. I don't know if we actually keep the particular data. Are you talking about breakdown of whether or not we have more complaints from our
Race,
Asian
yeah, race,
community?
black, white, Asian, Hispanic.
I'll
yeah.
have to check on that, and I'll.
I would
get that
like to
information.
know that,
Okay.
please. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Your office is statutory under Title VI, correct? I hope I'm asking that question right.
I'll let Council Wade answer that.
We are statutory under Title IV, Representative Shaw, for employment, housing, and public accommodation.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have your materials in front of me, so I know there was some that had some complaints. How many complaints, do y'all's complaints in the fiscal year or calendar year?
We do
Or track them?
We track both the state fiscal year as well as the federal fiscal year.
Okay, so how many complaints would y'all have had in the last fiscal year?
How many complaints did we have for housing and employment?
No, I'm in total. I'm not specific to a particular issue, just how many complaints did you all receive to your commission last year or last fiscal year?
I'll allow Deputy Director McGraw answer that question, if I may.
Further question? In fiscal year 2022, the agency closed 394 cases in employment and housing. And in total, the total number of employment and housing inquiries was a total of 721.
Hang on, let me stop there. I'm not referring to a particular category. So I'm asking for how many complaints, period, whether they relate to housing.
Okay, sure.
That's all your commission would respond to a complaint as it relates to housing or any other issue involving any sort of discrimination as it relates to someone's race or a protected class
Yeah.
or whatever?
Thank you for the question. In housing, the total number of complaints that were accepted in housing was 140 in fiscal year 2022. The total number of complaints accepted in employment was 257 in fiscal year 2022.
So are your complaints limited to just housing or just that's the total amount of complaints you've had in the fiscal year?
That were investigated.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you own a building and you're renting it out and it's not housing, do you all take up complaints that would involve a landlord and a tenant, but it's not a house, it's a commercial building?
I'm not.
I think to answer your question, Representative, and thank you for the question, under the Tennessee Human Rights Act, discrimination in the sale or lease of commercial property is covered.
So you would take up that particular complaint if there was a complaint alleging some sort of discrimination?
If it met the jurisdictional requirements.
All right. So I don't believe that answered the question then on what and how many complaints have you all had, regardless if it's related to housing, to the Human Rights Commission in the last fiscal year? Or on average, how many complaints do you have in a given year?
I'll answer that.
And let me try to get to the point here, is that you said you don't ignore any type of complaint that's filed with your agency. So what I want to get at is how many complaints are frivolous? How many complaints that do not have any merit, that's a total waste of time of your agency, that result in no action by your agency because the complaint is without merit?
Okay, I think I understand your question a little bit more. In the last fiscal year, 2020, we had a total complaints, which included employment, housing, public accommodations, was around 400. We received over 1,600 inquiries.
All right, that's
Yes.
you're getting to my number. So of the 1,600 complaints that you had, 400 were credible. Is that right? Is that accurate?
400 met the jurisdictional requirements. The other ones, which were around 1,200, were inquiries, so they did not meet the jurisdictional criteria. We still have to still have to assess those and get information from both the complainant as well as the respondent to make determinations about whether or not that will rise to the level of a complaint. So there's not as much work involved with in actually investigating a complaint, but we do spend some time on the front end assessing those inquiries.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So of the 400 claims that you investigated, how many of those actually led to action taken on behalf of the commission?
Believe we have, I'll let Attorney Wade answer that, probably less than 2%.
So 400, so 80, is that right? I can't do math. What's the math on 2% of 400?
Well, I probably don't know the correct math. I think we have on average around a dozen cases that we consider cause a year. And they're in different phases of the legal process. So since I've been with the commission in 21, since 21, we probably had 6 or 8 new cause cases.
Okay. So the cases that were not actionable or led to a violation of the Human Rights Commission, what happens, if anything, to those complaints? Are they dismissed? Is there any cost to filing, that someone might file a frivolous complaint with your board? Is there any repercussions for filing a complaint and then they're not actionable whatsoever because they're meritless and they don't rise to the level of violation?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Out of the 400 complaints that we investigated, some of those were resolved through mediation, conciliation, but the majority of those were unfounded. We don't make a determination about, I guess, individuals come to us for the most part believing that they have been mistreated and discriminated against. Proving discrimination is not as easy as maybe some of our complainants think. So we make decisions based on what we have when we investigate, and we just may not have enough to be able to take it to court on most of those cases.
And in a particular case, and I promise you I'll wrap up, but in a particular case where it is unfounded and there's nothing that's happened that violates anyone's rights or any rights that's within your jurisdiction, and you dismiss that particular matter, there's no fees or fines or et cetera to that complainant that filed a frivolous action in front of the Tennessee Human Rights Commission. Is that correct?
No, but I'll let Attorney Wade explain what happens when we close a case and consider it not rising to the level of a discrimination complaint.
Thank you, Representative. So when we come to the conclusion of the investigation, so we're assuming that the case met the jurisdictional requirements, it was proper for our investigation. At the conclusion that there's a determination that there's not reasonable cause that discrimination occurred, all the parties are notified, the complainant, the respondent. The complainant has a few rights. They can file for reconsideration. If it's a federal statute involved, they can ask for a notice of right to sue to be issued and then file suit in federal court if they choose, or they can ask for substantial weight review, which is another form of reconsideration.
But the respondent has no rights as it relates to something being dismissed that's frivolous, as it relates to any fees that they've incurred defending such an action. Is that correct?
Statutorily, there are no fees.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Chairman Garrett and members, we do have some slides that have been provided with some numbers. I know you've asked a number of questions. That slide may not have answered all your questions, but about the third one into the presentation, there are some summary statistics on caseload and what each case is attributed to. I guess this committee can be dangerous when we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but we are, so I'll let the questions continue. Next is Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Looking at the slides, looking at where it says agency overview by the numbers,
Yes, sir.
Tennesseans reached through education outreach 3.8 million. Total number of phone calls received 4,228. Total number of inquiries received 1,677. Total number of complaints accepted 397. And total number of cases closed 394. The question I'm asking is just for my own understanding. You've used the term several times. Just want to make sure I get clarity on it.
Yes, sir.
What defines jurisdictional criteria? I think I hope I got that term right.
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Wade started. I'll let him continue explaining that.
One of the main jurisdictional requirements, thank you for the question, Representative, is that the complaint must have been filed within the last 180 days of the date of the last alleged harm. If we're looking at an employment case, the respondent needs to do business in the state of Tennessee. Something else that's essential is there has to be a protected class basis or a nexus between the complainant, their protected class, and the adverse harm they've alleged. If they don't assert a protected class or it's not evident from the face of the complaint, it's not jurisdictional for us.
Okay.
One more? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, I see total number of cases closed. Can you put the slide up there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't want to waste my questions.
Okay.
All right, so where it says total number of cases closed, can you help me understand when you say cases closed, what that means?
That means a case that after we've assessed whether or not it's jurisdictional and we've accepted the complaint for investigation, those cases are final. They can be closed through agreement, through mediation, conciliation. They can be closed after we've conducted an investigation and we've either determined that there is a reasonable cause that discrimination occurred or that it did not. If we make a determination that that discrimination occurred, then it goes to our legal department. But at some point, it is resolved either through the court system or through some type of conciliation.
Okay. And so this is my final one, Mr. Chair, if I can.
Sir.
And so looking at the information you provided, of the 397 cases that met the jurisdictional criteria,
Yes, sir.
You have resolved 394 in some way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next is Leader Camper. Okay, and then Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. My questions were answered also. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Barrett.
I'm sorry, just one more question.
Yes, sir.
on your slide here, I believe you're showing that there are 33 employees, and maybe it's the previous slide.
Yes.
How many of those 33 employees are involved in investigating these complaints?
15 investigators. That includes 5 supervisors.
All right, so you have 15 investigators covering 400 investigations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your question, Representative. But you have 15 investigators. Are they also part of the vetting of the cases of the 1,700 or 1,600 cases also, or is?
3 of them are also included in the intake, in our intake housing. They are trained as investigators. So we have, I believe, 1 supervisor that also can investigate cases. The 2 investigators or human rights representatives that work under her conduct mainly intake. Some of those are investigations because we have such a small staff and we don't really control the amount of complaints and inquiries we have. We have to make sure that we're cross-trained and able to put staff in units appropriately to be able to service citizens.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's about, looks like a little bit over 500 intake cases per individual. If we got 3 of them doing intake, and you got almost 1,700, is that correct? Almost 1,700 inquiries. That's a little over 500 per person if you were just to spread it out evenly at 3 people.
Yes, we do. Most of the 1,600 is sorted out through our intake.
Okay.
Department.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Director Nolan, while we're at the end of our questions, I'm going to thank you and your team for being here. Appreciate the information about your budget and answering all the other questions. And I will next ask the Department of Military and General Ross to come forward with his team.
Thank you, Chairman and members of this body.
You want this back?
Welcome, General Ross and team. And I believe we have Representative Shaw. You wanted to be recognized early on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. To General Ross, good morning. Thank you for being here, you and your staff. I wanted to relay to pass on to you that I had several calls over this weekend of people who knew you would be coming this morning and wanted me to relate to you how proud they are that you are from Hardeman County, my district, and we just wanted you to know that we're proud you're here, excited, and thank you for your work. And I have no questions but to listen to what you've got to say.
In Hardeman County, there's very few things I would have left our wonderful county for, but to just continue on to be a service to the state and be with this team, who's also my family, is one of those things. So we're glad to be here and we're ready to start, ma'am.
We're glad to have you here, and please go right ahead.
Okay, Madam Chairwoman Hazelwood, Vice Chairman Baum, Committee members, thank you for taking time for us to present our 2023 budget request. With me today, to my left, is our TEMA Director, Mr. Patrick Sheehan, our Fiscal Director, Ms. Jennifer Ponto. To my right is Assistant Adjutant General Air, Colonel Jason Glass, our Admin Services Director, Mr. Dennis Adams, and our TEMA Chief, Mr. Alex Pelham. Behind me in the gallery, I have our Legislative Liaison, Communications Director, Mr. Jimmy Reed, and Colonel Milligan, who is our Facilities Management Officer. For our funding budget, Madam Chair, our FY 22-23 budget is $127,695,200, consisting of about $87.5 million federal, $39 million state, and $1.1 million other. This year's budget, briefed today, totals $132,048,700, and there's a slight increase on the federal side to $88.2 million, $42.7 on the state side, and the other category remains the same. Our primary goal is to effectively manage emergencies and mitigate harm to our state by thoroughly preparing our communities and our citizens and our team. This budget request provides upgrades that help us to mitigate response gaps and eliminate friction points that impact our effectiveness in emergency situations. The military department, including TEMA, often serve as a first line of defense when it comes to building preparedness, mitigating hazards, and responding to present and emerging disasters for our great state. Often when our team's called in, it's a bad day for our community and for our citizens. It's chaotic, traumatic, and very unfortunate for our neighbors and citizens. We hold ourselves, and our motto is that we are ready now. To us, ready now is delivering solutions ahead of a rapidly changing need. Our approach to developing this budget recalibrates, modernizes, and innovates to meet and answer that ready now call. For those increasing domestic operations, the unprecedented number of disaster declarations occurring over the last decade, both in Tennessee and across our nation, demonstrate to us the need to continue to invest in our preparedness and response effort geared towards providing critical service to the 7 million Tennesseans in some of their most trying times. We're connected to our communities. We live in and work in them. We're representative of every zip code in our state. And over the past 20 years, those same communities and our friends and neighbors have supported us, deployed us, and redeployed us from combat zones across the world. That mission set continues today. But we've also experienced a significant shift over the past 5 years to domestic operations, responding to civil unrest, tornadoes, flooding, hurricanes, wildfire, and support for COVID operations. Our dual status roles provide us some unique capabilities that are unmatched, but there's more that we need to do. In short, this budget, our primary lines of effort and focus are a realignment of our critical positions and people, equipment upgrades, and increased capabilities. When you put the people with the equipment, you get better capabilities. Therefore, the product of any cost increase that we are requesting in this budget is focused on enhancing preparedness, response, and resilient efforts by replacing aging communications infrastructure, increasing training capabilities, and bolstering incident response efforts. In addition, our request is to enhance and provide Tennessee state flags to our service members per Tennessee Code Annotated 58-1-236. And also it addresses some historical military records archive digitization. That's an effort that's been going on for the last year or so, and accessibility across our organization. To accomplish our goals, the military department is reallocating positions to internally fill 22 requested positions and avoid requesting anything additional during a tight and competitive labor market. Additionally, one of our requests addresses temporary staffing requirements for 12 employees to continue and complete that digitization initiative for our War Records Department. Our requests that are included in the governor's proposed budget this year are cemented together by investments in building in the resiliency of our communities and ensuring a continued long-term viability of the state's Civil Defense Disaster Relief Fund. As our challenges increase, the need for innovative thinking, ongoing equipment upgrades, and most importantly, key partnerships will be critical to our collective success in closing those gaps, eliminating those friction points, and for us to be ready now when called. We're proud to serve all of you and our fellow Tennesseans. We are your team dedicated to provide immediate and predictable responses to our local communities and citizens. We're glad to answer any questions that you have about our improvement request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of this committee, we're proud to having you serve in that role, you and the folks that are a part of our Tennessee military. I do have a couple of questions. Last year, there was a combined total of $1.7 million in 17 new positions for TEMA activities. And part of that was something near and dear to my heart, and that was the establishment of a 4th TEMA district based in Chattanooga. So the proposed budget this year is adding $1.2 million in state funding and 18 positions to TEMA. So can you tell me, is this in addition to those for Chattanooga, and kind of give me a status report on the Chattanooga operation, and then how these new positions will be spread throughout your department?
Yes, ma'am. I can start that conversation, and I'll ask Director Sheehan also to really get down into the specifics about it. So again, the new positions this year are reallocated, so there's nothing new here. These are some vacant positions that we have had that we're reclassifying. And part of that, when you mentioned the new districts, will be for, I think, for some district managers that will go out into those districts. And Alex has some other positions that he can speak more to. But there's no new positions added. These are reclassifications of vacant positions that we have.
Ma'am, the Chattanooga office opened a year ago, July 1st. So it takes time to hire staff and get staff transferred and onboarded. And so that regional office is now fully up and running. We've had one position turnover with an admin assistant there, but things there are going well. The community, the local elected leadership and appointed leadership there seems pleased with not just the establishment of the office, but the quality of service they're getting from there at this time. And things seem to be going pretty well. These positions are to expand our ability, mostly in our headquarters in this budget request, to enable us to do more with mitigation projects and add some capabilities that are getting stretched pretty thin as our op tempo is increased.
All right, and along the same lines, this budget, as proposed, eliminates, the way I'm reading it, eliminates 20 vacant positions from your department. Can you help me understand where these vacancies are being eliminated and what impact those are going to have on team operations, if any?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, ma'am, these the positions being eliminated are Air National Guard firefighters that are getting federalized. So they're moving from a state technician to a completely federally supported. And then that's obviously comes from the same department, but we're adding positions then in this budget for TEMA for the things that we've requested. Originally, we had a con-op where we were going to just transition the positions, but through the process, it was deemed to be simpler, cleaner to eliminate the 20 positions come June 30th and to reestablish new positions for TEMA.
Okay, and so I know I'm being a little bit slow here, but the 20 positions that are eliminated, 17 of those are the positions that you're going to reallocate. So what happened to the other 3?
Two of those, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of those are federal positions that'll go down to Milan. So when you add up those 22, the last 2 would be, we just took on the 16,000 acres at Milan. So those 2 positions will be 100% federally reimbursed. So those are the last 2 positions that's on your budget sheet there.
All right, thank you. Next on my list, Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, thank you and your team. What a tremendous team we have. I appreciate that. This may need to go to Director Sheehan as well. Last year, in 2022, we passed Public Chapter 787 that was dealing with emergency service coordinators needed for each branch of the executive department. Can you give us an update how the implementation and the filling of those positions is occurring at the moment? And just tell us anything we need to know about these emergency service coordinators.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Chairman, for the question. Emergency services coordinators represent primarily the cabinet, the executive departments in the state emergency operations center. So as we work to mitigate the potential effects of disasters, prepare for them, respond to them, and coordinate recovery, they represent cabinet agencies. Through the revision of the statute, it also made clear that we could bring in partners that are outside of the executive branch of government. So just to make clear that we could bring in partners from the Red Cross and the private sector into our emergency operations center so that we could collaborate. As a part of this also, we hired for the first time a coordinator whose full-time job is to coordinate the emergency services coordinator program. And the General Assembly granted us the ability to curtail stipend payments for emergency services coordinators that are in the executive branch that haven't completed their training or are not participating. And so it seems to be going really well. We had our first retreat since the COVID pandemic, where we brought new ESCs together just a couple of months ago, and they're making good progress on their training and helping us get our plans and processes squared away so we can be, to General Ross's words, ready now. But it's going well, so thank you.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. The last two budget cycles, we've seen a non-recurring fund appropriation for a TEMA Logistics Warehouse. We spent $1.3 million non-recurring in 21-22 budget, and in last year's budget or current year's budget, additional $5 million. This year's budget does not include funding for the TEMA Warehouse. Can you explain where we are facility-wise with this project, please?
Yes, sir. So the $5 million in last year's budget allowed us to enter into a multi-year lease agreement as we seek a permanent solution. And so we're still working with the Department of General Services as we seek to find a more permanent warehousing solution. But the General Assembly's granting of us having that $5 million allowed us to enter into, to be able to hold a space for 5 years as we work to manage the material that we acquired during the hardest part of the responses to the COVID pandemic, and then figure out longer term what our needs are.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation and all your hard work and commitment to the citizens of Tennessee. On your cost increases, line item number 4, the War Records Digitization Project. You're asking for $389,600 for that to complete the project. Could you give us an update of the current status of it?
We're about halfway through. This budget request will carry us to completion, which will be in June of 2024. As we've been into this now for a couple of years, I believe, what we found is in there, we had an estimate of how many war records there were. So this gets down to not real technical, but what we're finding is a lot of these war records are on onion paper. So it's, for every 3 sheets of paper, it takes 3 sheets of onion paper to make one copy. So when they were weighed and figured out early on, when we're trying to get an estimate of how long this would take and how much money, we were off by a third or more. So we're recalibrating that. We're asking for 12 temporary persons to come on board to assist us with a few more scanners and things, but we think we're going to complete this project by June of 24. So this budget cycle should complete it. Yes, ma'am. I hope that answered your question.
It did answer my question. Madam Chair, could I ask another question?
Certainly.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Do you think we've appropriated enough funds to maintain them over the period of time, or?
I do. I think we'll complete. I have so what that is that's our servicemen and women's records that entitle them to benefits. And so the whole project, just to give you a little bit of background on that, there was a fire back many years ago, destroyed a warehouse in St. Louis and took away a lot of service people's records. So we looked, well before I got there, the administration at the military department looked at what our records were and where they were and how they're housed, and decided that it's imperative that we digitize those now. That'll do a couple of things for us. It'll allow quicker access. They interact with all the funeral homes across the state. There's a high number of inquiries that they get a day and it was being done manually. So this digitization will help automate that process, make it simpler. And plus, the main thing is it protects these war records. But to answer your question, yes, ma'am, I think this will get us through to the finish line.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, you wanted to know?
Chairman Williams.
Sorry.
Thank you, General, for you and your team being here. I did have a kind of a question about what's going on in neighboring states, and this may be for you, Director Sheehan. There has been very little communication in the press as it relates to what's going on with the derailment and fire that's in Ohio. It seems to confuse me a little bit because when you do a little research as to where it occurred and what occurred, and the chemicals that were released there, it's in the Ohio River Basin, really, which drains here to Tennessee. I didn't know how much communication you might have with your counterparts in other states about certain things like that, and what we might be able to learn or glean from what's going on there. I'm a little bit concerned that that river caught fire many years ago, and so this could be very problematic for Tennesseans going forward. And I just we don't get a lot of information here, obviously, because it's 2 states away. But I wondered if you and your counterparts have much discussion about that at all.
Sir, you might remember that before I was appointed by Governor Haslam to serve in this role, I was the operations director for the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. So I've had some conversation there. Primarily what they were concerned about there were the noxious fumes that would come from vinyl chloride and the carcinogenic effects there. So they chose to allow it to burn off. I'm not tracking anything right now from US EPA or Ohio EPA or Pennsylvania's version of a similar organization about potential for runoff, but that's certainly something I'll go and look into additionally.
Yeah, I think when I looked at the maps regarding it, the Little Beaver Creek flows right through East Palestine, and so what ends up happening is it directly
right into
enters the Ohio River, and it looks as if, from a geographical standpoint, that the spill is less than a half a mile away from the river or from the creek, or we call it a creek, they call it a river. But anyways, I just think it's important, mainly because of your relationships with the state of Ohio and your knowledge about what's going on there, that we take a proactive look as it relates to what's going on there. Because I am a little concerned as to the chemicals that did go into the air, but I'm more so because there was no way to control really the runoff, whether they controlled explosion or not. And so this first time you've been here, I know it's been a long 2.5 years for you and your team and General Holmes and General, for you guys here. Just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to you and your staff, how you cared for and loved on Tennesseans over the last 30 months. It's been hard to believe, but but really appreciate all the hard work you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And amen to Chairman Williams' comments there. It has been a trying time, and I know you guys have been right in the forefront of all the efforts that were underway from the very beginning of the pandemic across the state. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady, and General. Appreciate you coming today and all your team. I just had a quick question. I was looking through the budget and I saw the part about the military flags that are given at funerals, and I was curious: is the National Guard still doing funeral details for all veterans?
Yes, sir. So just to give you some context on how this impacts that, so we're federally funded for a funerals honor team, and this number that I'm about to share with you is, every time I hear it myself, So we're doing right now about 3,000 funerals a year here in Tennessee, our funeral honors details. What this does, and so that's federally funded, and we have teams across all 3 grand regions. What the legislation did was to require this Tennessee state flag. Of those, we're doing somewhere around 300 to 400, I believe. So when that legislation was enacted, we were doing about 90 a year state flags, and now we're doing 30 to 40 a month. So we've we've ran out of, well, it didn't come, the legislation didn't come with funding. So we've been able to take that out of HIDE the last year or so and shift some funds around, but now we're to the point where we're needing some recurring funding for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
And
lady. And in general, I didn't catch a minute ago when we were doing introductions who the facilities manager was. I'll wait till
Colonel
after the
Milligan?
meening.
Colonel Andy Milligan.
Colonel, I'll catch you after the meeting. All right. Thank you, General. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Did that answer your question, sir? Thank you.
Chairman Whitson.
Thank you, Chair Lady Hazelwood. And just briefly, I just want to thank you, General, and your team also for all you do for Tennesseans, and particularly Director Sheehan. Members of the committee, you may not know this, he is a military veteran, and not only does he have great leadership skills, but he was trained as a chemical warfare soldier at Fort McClellan, Alabama. And Patrick, you and your team too have done a great job over the years. I just want to say that publicly. Thank you.
Representative Sparks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lady. Welcome, General Ross. Also want to welcome one of my childhood friends, Colonel Jim Reed back there, as we know as Jimmy. Raise your hand, Jimmy. Okay, Colonel Reed. Okay, I was at his ceremony a couple of years ago, and one of our former teachers, Coach Trumpire, still teaching after 50 years, I think. Colonel Reed. Anyways, wanted to ask about your numbers and retaining and recruitment.
Well, that's, we're all from the top to the bottom in this thing called the military worried about our numbers. I think we're seeing an uptick this month since 2 years of struggles as far as strength go. Retention numbers in the Guard are really, really good and strong. We've seen our retention go up, but our recruiting numbers have not been as fortunate. We're seeing a first uptick there. We're doing reintegration events now as we bring back into our ranks those that did not take the vaccine. So we've got, we're hopeful we're going to save all 600 of those soldiers. We're standing at about 92 to 93% strength, and my number one initiative will be during my time here is to get us back to 100% state. That's where we need to be, and then that gives us a lot of other options on force structure and the way ahead. Did I answer your question, sir?
To follow up on a comment that you made there with retention, we passed legislation in this General Assembly in past years to provide for educational opportunities for Guardsmen. Can you tell us, has that been a part of that positive, those positive numbers? What kind of impact?
Yes, Chairwoman. Growth is a good thing, but it comes with challenges. So we've seen both applications and students when we go back to 2017, 2018, and then when the STRONG Act was first brought in, and then there was the part for higher education for the master's degree. So we've seen about a 300% increase in both applications. Now, applications will always outnumber students because they apply each semester, but there's been about a 300% increase in both applications and students. Quite frankly, we're taking folks out of HIDE right now to administer that program, and we've got a 2-person department, and they're quite overwhelmed. One of the things that we think can help us, I mentioned partnerships earlier in my opening comments, is to digitize that as well. Digitize the application process so that the student, soldier, our department, and the educational institution can all see the same platform. Right now, the way that process works is completely analog and manual. So it's all paper. And when I say paper, it's just not sending emails back and forth. It requires a lot of signatures, which slows down the process of reimbursement. So the student has to apply. The university, they have to get the verification that they're one of our soldiers and are eligible for this. Then they go to the school. They have to go through a process there. They have to complete that semester, turn their grades back in. All of that is done by paper and literally fax machine and mails right now. So one of our initiatives is to digitize that process and get on a platform that is user-friendly, has a dashboard to it. We're working with THEC and a couple of other state agencies to see how we can partner. We know that there's something out there that's already built, so we don't have to recreate that wheel, but that's part of that partnership. But it has grown exponentially.
And it may be early in the process, but do we have any kind of numbers? we talk about retention in the Guard, but retention in the programs. Do we have any numbers about those who begin their efforts to complete a degree and whether or not they're actually completing the degree? And
We have enrollment numbers. We don't have the completion numbers, but that's something that we're starting to get into that window that we can track since we're about 4 years into this process. So we should be there. Of course, we also have, it's opened up to the trade schools and the TCATs as well. So that's something, because we want to know both the success rates of our soldiers and we've got some ideas too that we're really looking to do to maybe bring back to the legislatures in the future for even more improvements with that.
I think we would be interested in seeing, the fruits of our labor in terms of not only enrollees, but those who actually graduate with a certificate, a technical certificate, or a bachelor's degree, or a associate's degree, or even a graduate degree, whatever the case may be. So those are numbers we'd be interested in seeing at some point.
We started off, I can give you some enrollment numbers right now. We started off that first year in 2018 with 164 students. We're now approaching 600 of our soldiers and airmen that are using that. And it's especially critical to our Air National Guard who do not receive federal tuition assistance. For whatever reason, they don't receive that. So this can become a first line of education for a lot of those airmen.
All right. Thank you. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lady. Most of my questions were answered, but I did want to say thank you to you all for your service too. And as a Marine, I was trained in NBC as well for you civilians as nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. And
tough stuff.
Right, tough stuff. Right. But again, thank you so much for everything that you do. We truly, truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you all for your presentation. And I'm going to go back to a program that used to be run, I think, in conjunction with your department, the Tennessee Volunteer Challenge Academy. I had a deep interest in that program because of where it was located, just north of my district. I just wanted to know, are there plans to try to bring that back, and what could we have done to maybe keep that functioning properly?
I'll try to answer that. And we happen to have Mr. Adams, Colonel Adams here, who was actually an administrator there. My understanding, I was deployed at the time, and I had a special interest too, because my former career, I was a school principal, school superintendent, public educator for 32 years. And it was very interesting to see the two sides, or the careers and the families that I love, come together and work to help the youth. But I believe during COVID that became a challenge, and that program was shut down, and it hasn't restarted. Whether we'll have those, I'm sure we'll have those discussions to look into that in the future, but we haven't had them yet. So, Mr. Adams, you have.
When I was there, we were having, I think, 120 students, the most students we ever had, right when the COVID hit, and then due to funding issues with Department of Children's Services and the setup on the building over there, we just didn't have the money to carry on. That was the big problem, so.
Thank you. And if you could, as you have discussions about trying to get it restarted, if you're going to have them, please reach out to me. I'd love to be in conversation about, again, how to get that restarted, because going from the old Spencer Youth Center to what it was and then now to this, I thought was a great move. But what you need to, whatever I can do to help, please let me know. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Chair
sir.
Lady.
Thank you. I see no other questioners on our list. So again, I know that you all are a front line of defense for Tennesseans in all kinds of natural disasters and emergencies, and have always team has been incredibly responsive in my area, and I have reason to believe that's true across the state in all the other ways that the Guard and the military, Tennessee military, serves our state and our citizens. We are very grateful to you and to the men and women that you represent. And please share our gratitude and our thanks with them. So thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are, we will complete our budget hearings today with the Department of Tourism. If they're in the building, then please come join us. Commissioner Ezell, welcome. We are happy to see you for all sorts of reasons, not the least of being that you're the last on our list for today, and we get a break after you. But don't let that deter you from giving us a complete and thorough overview of your budget request, and we would ask you to introduce the members of your team that you have with you here, and then go straight into your presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, Vice Chair Baum, members of the House and Finance Ways and Committee. I'm Mark Ezell, the Commissioner of Tourist Development. We have Josh Gibson, our Director of Research, Kevin Mahoney, our Assistant Commissioner of Finance and Administration, Melanie Beecham, our Assistant Commissioner of Rural and Outreach, Pete Rosenborough, our Assistant Commissioner of Welcome Centers, and our newest member, Deborah Smith, has joined us after 30 years in the tourism business, came from the Nashville CVC the last 20 years, and she is our Assistant Commissioner of Marketing. All right, we'll start our timer. Well, thank you. Today, you're going to get to hear a little bit about our tourism, leisure, and hospitality industry, really how it's outperforming the nation. We think probably leading the nation in visitor tourism revenue growth and creating jobs for Tennessee. So thank you for your tremendous support that you have helped us with. So last year we told you with more funds, we will tell more people about Tennessee and why they should come and visit and spend their money. Well, we're happy to report we're delivering on that promise. What we are seeking is $8 million in funding this year, $1 million recurring and $7 million non to support those domestic and global. Just want to keep reminding you that that request is in line with what we have gotten in the last 6 years, and that almost $6 million of that is in our current programs. So in 2014, this committee gave $8 million, for example, and 2 years ago gave $8 million. So what we do with that is generate tax revenue that comes back into the communities and to our state budget, which really saves the residents of Tennessee taxes. So additionally, we have the welcome centers. If we could, I guess I'm supposed to be the one that's clicked that, isn't it? It's not clicking. So how about it just, there's just 3 slides. So could you turn them? Yep, great. So additionally, we have the welcome centers, as you know, play a really important role in our guest experience and our safety as they greet 13 million visitors a year. We request $476,000 for increased wages from our security guards contract. All right, let's jump in. We're going to hit 2 slides about an overview of how we've done. You can see that in 2021, can you get it? Yep. In 2021, the one on your right, we had a great year in Tennessee tourism. $24 billion in economic spending by the people that measure that for every state in America. It was a 44% increase. What's important is not only was it a 44, but over a 36% for the nation. And when you look at the last 2 years, including Tennessee's quick recovery from the pandemic, combined with all of our industry partners working, we now rank 14th in the nation. For 3 years in a row, we're taking bacon off of other states' hogs. And what that means is that our visitor spending national market share has set a record for 3 years in a row. Why is that important? Because it means literally every year we are growing what a visitor's contributing. Last year, it saved the average Tennessee household $755 in taxes. So we've got partners from all across the state. I've got 5 quick accolades just to tell you how fun it is for our team to be branding and marketing our state's tourism assets. Memphis was one of only 2 U.S. destinations to be in 2023's best places to go in 2023 by Condé Nast. Similarly, Forbes just named Chattanooga as one of the best places in the world to visit, only one of 11 U.S. cities. Nashville just made Travel and Leisure's 50 best places to travel in the United States, one of only 12 U.S. cities that was named. And the airport just had the largest increase of any of the top 50 airports in the nation. Bristol went over 100,000 people back on their races. The Tennessee Whiskey Trail saw 1 million more people last year, almost 8 million people. And then Dollywood set an attendance record and for the first time ever hit 3 million visitors to their park and was named the #1 theme park in the nation by US TripAdvisor. First time they've ever won that. So we've got success going all over the state, 113 destination marketing organizations. It's possible because you've earmarked funds, and we've all taught that tourism is real money. So the last slide I'll hit if we have time to do this. Speaking of real money, we now get from the Department of Revenue. We know that's the people that you want to know for certain that the money is coming in, and we grab the 3 leisure and hospitality taxes. Remember, that's lodging and hotels, eating and drinking, and our amusements and attractions. Well, we're happy to tell you the preliminary number for those 3 was a $1.76 billion came into the state budget in revenue for the last 12 months. We're so excited. It's an 18% increase, far greater than the normal sales tax increase from the year. $260 million new dollars for you and the administration to be able to spend. So we're really thrilled. And I've kind of hit my 5 minutes, so I'm not going to hit the last slide. I will tell you one more thing, and then we'll open for questions. We'd love to tell you what we're going to be doing with that money. But the last thing is about jobs. In the leisure and hospitality, it was the fastest growing job segment the last 2 years since the pandemic. We had 360,000 people in November, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, back at work in leisure and hospitality. We've still got work to do. There's still more people, and we've got a supply that can drive them, and that's what that $8 million will be spent with on the programs. And if you'll turn the next slide, but we can yield, Madam Chair Lady, if you'd like to us. I've got 2 or 3 more minutes, but why don't I yield to questions in keeping with your time?
Go ahead and go through, Commissioner, and let us
Okay.
walk through this slide, and then we don't have that many questioners on our list, so I think we have time.
All right, great. So our rural programs, it's the missional work that we're getting to do. It is so exciting what we are getting done in these local communities, especially our distressed and at risk. Melanie and her team are going in, really teaching people how to fish. We're doing these roadmaps all day long with all their leadership in their county, teaching them how to maximize a visitor spend. A visitor coming into their community is not important. A visitor spending money in their community is very important because it creates a local tax and will help them. So we have 18 roadmaps we've already done: Clay, Lewis, Pickett, Johnson, Lauderdale, and many others. And we've doubled our marketing grants for those distressed and at risk and provided so many new things because you're allowing us. Then the programs, we've got these amazing assets that we get to talk about. We've had huge success, whether it's the Civil Rights Trail, our Tennessee Music Pathways, our Whiskey Trail that I mentioned, our Civil War trails, Songwriters Week that you created for us. We're doing it right now with over 50 locations throughout Tennessee are doing those events with over 1,200 songwriters that we get to do events and spend money in that market. Thank you for creating that. We're so excited. And then lastly, our marketing reach. Between the money you've given us in ARPA funds, what we said was we're going to tell a lot more people about Tennessee because we got the assets, and we've done that. We've entered 17 new markets. Markets last year like Washington, D.C. and Orlando, Detroit, Washington, D.C., Raleigh-Durham. This year, we've added some long-haul markets. And what we're seeing from these is when people come, they stay longer. So the last piece of the pandemic that we've got work to do is in international. We are off in international from 2019 to 2021, $750 million of visitor spending. For us, we're 7%. We're 7% investors on all of the tourism business. That's how we do our math. We get a 7% sales tax on every single thing that they sell because it's all taxed with a sales tax. So we're hunting that $750 million worth of spending because it's worth about $50 million to your budget and to our budget. And so we're spending a couple of $1 million more. So I hope you can see that what we are doing is get more from a visitor so a Tennessean pays less. And thanks to a great leisure and hospitality, that industry has brought in $260 million of new money this year that we believe will be there again next year, and we'll build on it. We're grateful for what you let us do, and thank you for your time, and we are very open for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we appreciate your work and your enthusiasm. It's good to see somebody who is excited about their work, as you always are. And I do have Representative Campbell. I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fiscal year 22-23, the department received a non-recurring appropriation in the amount of $25 million to create the special event grant program. That's what I want to focus on. I understand that was to attract major entertainment and sporting events. What have been the results of that to date? Have there been any grants issued? And if not, are there specific events that you are seeking with this type of funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Campbell. It's a great question and one we're really excited about. The answers are, I think the first question was, have we made any commitments? The answer is yes. We have one public commitment that has been publicized, and that's the WWE wrestling event that is coming in 2027. The economic impact on that event is well over $115 to $120 million. Again, you can do the math for us at 7%. We have made a commitment. What we are doing is the cities go out and are chasing events that have a host fee, that the only way we are going to get them in Tennessee, almost all these events have never been into Tennessee because they have not been able to afford the host fee. So we are providing with them, and we are on record that we committed with them. It's still not completed, but between $3 and $4 million of our host fee we contributed. We will make an additional $5 million at the state if it works out, could make even 6 or 7. So we've committed on that fund. There's another city we can't tell you about, but we've committed $1.5 million funds to their events in 2026. The reason we can't tell is because they are still in negotiations against other cities. Here's what's even more exciting. For the next 5 years, 6 years out, we are in discussions with cities about the largest events in professional sports, the largest events in college sports, and those cities are in the final 2 or 3. And again, without this host event fund that y'all have allowed us to do, we would not be able to be participating in that. And thank you. We're going to use it over time. Still working out all the details, but it's going to be a very effective fund. We have 5 states that are committing more money than that: Texas and Ohio and Michigan and Florida. So we needed to get competitive into that game so that we can take those events and bring them to Tennessee.
Good report. Thank you.
Thank you,
you,
sir.
Madam Chair.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do a shift here, but talking about in 23-24 budget includes $476,000 in recurring funding and a supplemental appropriation of $230,000 for increased welcome center security, as you talked about earlier, contract costs. Could you give me a little more detail on what this contract entails? Does it utilize
private sector contracted for security? And then if so, why not use state employees?
Those are great questions, and I want Pete to be able to answer them. So Pete, Assistant Commissioner Rosenborough, if you'll take that, and then we'll follow up.
I think your mic.
Microphone.
There you go.
Pete Rosenborough. We used Allied Security for the contract at the 16 Welcome Centers. We were in a previous contract, and at the pay rate that we were utilizing, we were not getting the services that we needed. So we elected to expire that contract and go into a new one with the pay rate so we could get those services that we need delivered at our 16 Welcome Centers. So that would be the first answer. And Kevin, I will let him talk about the personnel piece of it.
Sure. Kevin Mahoney. So, sir, the previous contract had went into play back in 2017 and it had expired at we were getting to the expiration point. And the new one was competitively bid. And we had previously added $700,000 into this budget line in the previous budget. And when those bids came in, they came in even higher than that. And that a lot of that has to do with inflation and the cost of labor at that level. And so the supplemental, this contract went into play in the third quarter of last year. The supplemental is going to get us through the current year with the new contract. And then the 400 is what it'll take to keep us where we're at in the next year and going forward. Roughly, we went from about $14 an hour up to about $22 an hour is what has occurred in that space since 2017. So, and then as far as the services that we're getting, it's 24/7, 365, with the exception of the two lowest traveled shifts of the week.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. And you answered a couple of my questions on that, but to be clear, so we're not increasing the number of security personnel because it sounds like you all are having a big increase in the number of folks using our travel centers. This is strictly compensation and not increasing number of security.
We've actually, with this new contract, we're getting, well, to Kevin's point, where there's one center, which is in Memphis, that's 16 hours, but the other is still 24/7, 365. So the hours represented remain the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Representative McKenzie.
So, it sounds like there's a need for security. So just kind of give me an overview or maybe snippets on what type of security incidents have occurred here in the last little bit at our welcome centers to where we needed that presence.
They are unarmed security. They help with patrolling traffic. They have controlled traffic. They help if there's incidents, if there's a trip and fall at a welcome center, they'll help with report writing, patrol the grounds and things of that nature, loitering and things of that nature.
And I believe Representative McKenzie had another question initially about the decision I made obviously some time ago, but outsourcing versus using state employees. So could someone speak to that?
So the outsourcing has been in place for a very long time now. I don't think we've looked at bringing that back in as state employees at this time. Yeah.
And it's been a high turnover area. Obviously, we heard from Walden and we ended up they were not fulfilling their contract. And it was important for us to have somebody, we have a trucker community, a lot of people use that to protect those 13 million. That makes sense to have one security presence all the time. It's been an important part.
And I guess a further follow-up, these are unarmed security personnel. Have there been any incidents at our welcome centers that put these security personnel in jeopardy?
Correct, they are unarmed. And to this point, with this contract, there's nothing that we've seen that's put up their health in jeopardy.
All right. Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Commissioner Ezell.
Good to see you.
You mentioned a little earlier in your presentation the $100 million in ARPA funding. Could you give us an update on how much of that has been spent, whether there's any that remains, and maybe a summary of the kinds of things it's been spent on?
Yes, sir. Great question, because it's really a huge transformational boost What the commitment that we made with leadership at that time, both the governor's office and both the House and Senate, is that we would spend that money over a 4-year period. And we also made the commitment that so that 100 million really turns into 25 million per year. In addition, we gave directly to our destination marketing organizations, as we did with CARES Act. We gave each of those destination marketing organizations across the state about 60% of the money, or actually 50 million or 12.5 million per year are going to them for transformational projects that they are doing. So many of them are working on key things. Some of our larger places are pursuing, is there additional flight work that they can pursue, especially international flight work, where the state usually has some responsibilities to helping them procure those. So we've equipped them with the money. That leaves us about $11 to $12 million a year, and that's what we're spending. Our marketing money in going to all those 17 new cities has been part of that money. Why would we want to go to all those cities? The direct flights with the 5 airports in Tennessee to our new 17 markets is 5 million seats a year. There are 5 million airline seats that are coming from those cities now, that for the first time ever, we are now talking about the assets of Tennessee. And in partnership with our cities, we are combining those efforts, and we got this 3.5, 4-year window where we get to really double down. And year one is saying it's really working. And that's what we're doing with the funding.
Okay, good. And I assume a portion of this ends up promoting tourism in rural areas?
It absolutely does. In fact, I didn't talk about the biggest picture on there, but our Bill Dance Signature Lakes. Next month, we get to debut that at the Bassmaster Classic. It will be public news then, where no one else in the nation has Bill Dance. And much in the ways that the Robert Trent Jones golf courses in Alabama have created, people want to go and golf those courses. Well, Bill Dance, TWRA, the state parks, has partnered with us we will introduce, starting with 14 lakes. Those 14 lakes touch 35 counties, 20 of which are distressed, or 18 of which are distressed and at risk. And we are bringing people work below the water and above the water to tell people to come to there as part of our Fish Tennessee program. Because we know we can get people to come spend money by fishing, and then we're going to have those communities learn how to capture spending and taxes.
Last question.
And well, let me, Melanie,
go ahead.
who is the one that's doing all of this.
Just wanted to speak a little bit. Oh, is it not on?
Just pull it closer.
I'm short. Sorry. Melanie Beecham. Just wanted to speak a little bit more to the rural part with ARPA funds. So the commissioner mentioned that we have funds going directly to projects for our destination marketing organizations, or we refer to them as our DMOs. That means in every single county, rural or not. But one thing that we're doing in our rural communities is we are hosting roadmap sessions, which he mentioned, which are strategic sessions to work through projects and ideas and strategies for those communities, so that when they go to utilize those funds, they're creating marketing campaigns or branding that really makes sense for their communities. So in addition to what we're doing to market rural communities, we are teaching them how to market as well, and they will have funds to be able to reimburse projects with ARPA funds.
Thank you. And one more question.
Certainly, Chairman.
You mentioned how things have returned after COVID. Are we back to the levels we were pre-COVID in terms of, I guess, tourism spending dollars and visitors and sort of some of the common measures?
We are on a domestic basis. That $24.2 billion was an all-time record for Tennessee. And y'all, there just aren't many states that are being able to be in a blessed position of saying that. Just great work all across. The one piece that has not returned is international. And so what's exciting is we got supply chains coming. We have 147,000 hotel rooms now in Tennessee, and there are thousands still in construction. So we believe we will continue to grow past that number to set new records, both internationally and domestically.
Okay, thank you. Glad to hear all the good news.
Thank you for your support.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. You bring a lot of energy with your report to this committee and just get us all excited. We appreciate that. And we thank you for the work that you're doing. You mentioned a while ago about bringing WWE, two-part question. Where will you bring them to in Tennessee? And secondly, what are you doing to prepare for Blue Oval, the coming of Blue Oval?
Two great questions, Representative Shaw. First about WWE. WWE is actually one of the 10 biggest events, sporting events in the nation. And so they come to communities that can house the hundreds of thousands of people that ended up coming during that week. And this particular event is being pursued by Nashville because they have 60,000 rooms. They could be able to accommodate that facility and had a number of pieces. I can tell you that every major city we're in talks with, what kind of event can they pursue? And then in West Tennessee, we are working with our rural development in helping those roadmaps like a Lauderdale County, for example, but also around Madison and Jackson. And Ms. Beecham, you want any comments?
Melanie Beecham. Yes, again, it's the work that we're doing in those communities. West Tennessee has tremendous assets, particularly in our rural areas. And so what we're doing is working with them on development. We will be re-implementing our tourism enhancement grant that is an infrastructure grant that allows communities to build on what they have. I think that will make a big difference and get them ready, because we know people are going to come with Blue Oval and we want their assets to be ready and for them to have businesses in place and be able to capitalize on that.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know you've got a welcoming center there right there, actually in the front door of Blue Oval. Are any additional attention is being given to that? Just if you could kind of just talk about what the thoughts are.
Yes, we have a Pete Rosenborough. We do have a Haywood County Welcome Center there that's at mile marker 44 going westbound into Memphis. And working with Melanie's team and some other people, we're doing like community spotlight initiatives that actually promote assets. We've worked with Sonia Outlaw Clark at that specific center to talk about assets that we can promote as guests enter those centers. So that's an initiative that we're looking to take statewide to actually kind of focus in on what those cities would like us to promote.
Next on the list is Representative Love.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And part of my question was answered. I was going to ask, when will the community enhancement grants going to be started back up? And also, just what are they used for? But you answered most of that. So I have to think of another question real quick since I have the mic. When you have organizations
Love, please continue.
Trying to recover, Madam Chair. When you have organizations that may be building out their business, particularly to enhance that neighborhood, will those grants help them? I'm thinking particularly about, you have Uncle Nearest, right, who is doing a wonderful job down there building out. And I think it's going to be a great tourist attraction when they get through. We've been down there several times and they're building out even more. You know, how could an enhancement grant maybe help what they're doing down there?
So to answer your first question, this will, the grant will, we're in the middle of the delegated grant authority process right now for this spring. So we're hoping to have it open up to communities mid-spring. Okay. Secondly, those particular grants go to the municipalities. So it couldn't go to Uncle Nearest, but Shelbyville, Bedford County could ask for something, maybe if they have a welcome center or to enhance something that they have, that then could direct people to their, that would be a way that that could be utilized to benefit another attraction, because that's an amazing attraction. So we would want that, it has to be on city or county owned property or in a long-term lease. That would be an example of how that would be used.
And I would just add, like, an Uncle Nearest is a perfect example. They went from 0 to 50,000 visitors. They plan on being at 100,000 visitors next year, with the goal of being at 250,000 visitors another year out. And they've spent tens of millions of private dollars. That's what's great. So what our department can do is tell the message and the story of Uncle Nearest. And so we can promote. And while we can't provide direct funds, we can do a lot of things with the Whiskey Trail and other pieces to promote people to come, because they're going to be a transformational group in that community.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair. My mother's doing fine. Thank you, Commissioner and team. Really appreciate all the things you're doing to bring people to Tennessee and showcasing all the great assets we have. I was glad to hear Representative Shaw mention Blue Oval City, because in talking to some of the senior level executives, one of the things that they said kind of went into the decision to come to Tennessee was our assets, in terms of, you're going to have these executives here. What are their families going to be doing? What are the things that, they're going to be doing when they get here, like the river, if you will,
Yes.
like the trails you just talked about, like this Bill Dance, Signature Lake. So these things are important. So when these families come, they have things to do, and they bring their families, and they bring people to Tennessee. So I really appreciate that. I also want to thank you for coming to Southern Heritage Classic last year. It was
Yes,
a great
ma'am.
event.
It's amazing.
It was amazing. Tens of thousands of people came from the world over. Was a great showcase of just Memphis, Tennessee in general. Thanks for coming by my booth, eating some of our good food.
Had some great food. Oh, excuse me.
It was a great event, and I really appreciate your presence there. It meant a lot to the people of Classic. They were glad to see you there. Are you familiar with this? The bikers roundup that's coming. There's about 100,000 people going to be coming to Tennessee in August.
I've
Are you
heard that,
familiar?
and oh, excuse me. We've talked with them, because we've got a new program coming out called Bike Tennessee, that is going to be putting locations for bikers. Now, I'm talking about if you're talking about a motorcycle bike,
I am.
I'm talking about a bicycle. So I'm not
that's
aware
good.
of the bikers piece.
Okay, well, we could talk about it.
We'll
but yeah.
find out about that.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner, team. I appreciate all the work you're doing. I really like the rural tourism, because when you think about Blue Oval and everything that's going to be happening, where people are going to be living, that we have things available for families to do, for children to get involved in. I just think about all the stuff that's going on right now, and it's great for Tennessee. It's great for our families, and so keep up the good work, or whatever we can do to help. I'm sure that finance will be there for you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Leader Kemper.
I have 3 other questioners. We have to give up this room at 1 o'clock, and I have to be in another meeting at 1 o'clock. I wouldn't mind a couple minutes in between. So if we could be as speedy with our questions and answers as possible, that'd be great. Next on the list, Representative Sparks.
Real quick, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Bill Dance, I got to interview Bill Dance a couple of years ago, and I tell you what he told me. He said the Asian carp issue is so serious that a lot of lawmakers just don't understand it. And that's what he told me. Rusty Russ does a TV show, Fishing Affliction, been a big advocate of bringing fishing tournaments here. And I didn't realize how much money is infused in communities from fishing tournaments until he just stayed on me. And I know you bring a lot of private sector experience with marketing. And I just want to tell you, thank you, and appreciate Bill Dance's effort to combat the Asian carp issue as well. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Didn't think I was gonna get a chance to speak. Thank you to my fine representative. I do have a question. First of all, let me tell y'all thank you so much for everything you do. The team is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Deserves a standing ovation. I do have a question though. How do we or what are we doing to target African American culture in the state of Tennessee in regards to all of the things that we have to offer? I always say that this is the diamond that I think in a lot of cases we're missing, because when you think about tourism to the Caribbean, people are paying for that Black experience, right? And this is not a race issue. This is a money issue for those whose antennas went up. So they're paying for the music, they're paying for the food, they're paying for the culture, getting their hair braided, so on and so forth, right? And we have those same cultural identities, in some of our markets. When you look at Uncle Nearest, you look at NBCSL coming, you look at the whole Memphis experience, right? With, music, barbecue, culture, history, so on and so forth. What are we doing to directly target that group or that demo of people that want to travel for that experience? And how are we capitalizing on it?
Well, it's a great question. And Memphis is up by 19% over their record year 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the privileges we have is I serve as the vice chair of the United States Civil Rights Trail and will move into the chair role this year. That trail is a powerful trail that Tennessee has amazing assets for, that we added Stax Museum and NAMAM this past year. But with the National Civil Rights Museum being probably the showpiece of that entire U.S. trail, we've created podcasts and a new medallion series to reward visitors to go to all places, not just in Nashville and Memphis, but in Clinton, Tennessee. So that's a big area of focus. And then we've got several other programs that we are working on, especially with the folks who are Elaine Turner and some of the others in Memphis, for example, are folks that we want to talk to them locally and then do what we can from a statewide basis.
Representative Parkinson, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. And thank you so much for that and that effort that's being made. And I would love to assist, or if y'all want to put together some type of a committee to help show you some of the other aspects of that those cultural items that people would pay for.
Yes.
That tourists would pay for. I would love to help serve in that capacity with you guys. I truly appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Representative Barrett.
All right, bringing up the rear, and everybody wants to eat lunch. So, in my district is very rural. A big growing industry in my district is off-roading, side-by-sides, jeeping, that sort of thing. Have you all quantified what the impact is on tourism in Tennessee from that industry? And is there any plans to further market or build on that?
It's a really good question. I'll let Melanie follow up. But what we're doing in those roadmaps is helping those communities figure out how to really take care of that visitor, capitalize on their spending, and then let the community also have their input to that, because those are local kinds of things that we want to help them through. As far as the total for the statewide, I haven't seen any exact numbers for that community, but they generate a lot of revenue in those communities. And it's something that we encourage people to get that visitor with. Assistant Commissioner
Melanie Beecham. I would just add that, there's connectivity with other areas in the state that is an asset for their areas too, particularly over in Campbell County. And even Johnson County, there's off-roading there too. So I'm not aware of numbers particular to that, but I know that it is something that outdoors looking at in general.
Absolutely.
On how to capitalize on that.
Thank you. And I have an additional question, and we're out of time, but a couple of years ago, we put into the budget, and Commissioner, you and I have had some conversation about this a bit, but we put fairly extraordinary decision. We put in $20 million for a water park in West Tennessee, in Jackson. So at some point, if you could just get us an update on where that project is, and I'll share that with the committee.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. And thank everyone for your time and attention today. And without objection, we're first of all back in session. And now we are adjourned.
Thank you.